Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're all having a great night tonight. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight, guys, we are having an open discussion. As you can see, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Sebastian Rogers, but not the way you think, not the way we normally would. I'm going to be bringing it up in regards to some stuff that I'm going to be doing with that case. Nothing like what has been going on. So, just a heads up to everybody. And then anything else that we talk about, we talk about. So thank you for joining me for that. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Had a wonderful day and you're having a wonderful night. And again, thank you all so much for joining me tonight and being here. Please, guys, if you will, hit the like button on your way through the door. Let's get this up in that algorithm and get things going. So, as I always say, let's get the show. Well, see you soon. What it do? What it do? What's happening? Happy, happy Monday night. Monday sucks, but it's Monday night here, so we're here. And busy day. I've had a busy few days, period, folks. So I missed y'all earlier today, but here I am now. Can't go a whole day without doing this, obviously, as I've said before. So here we is. Here we are. Thank you guys for joining me. I know it's late. I got a lot of night owls in here too, I know as well. So for those of you that couldn't make it because it was late, I'm so sorry. And I'll miss you. But for those of you that are here, thank you very much again for joining us. And please, if you will, please hit that like button coming through the door. We got to make YouTube happy in any way we can. So that's the important thing there. So I appreciate that very much. And I do appreciate you guys taking the time out of your night to join me for this tonight. So welcome, welcome. Find yourselves a nice, comfortable place to sit. And let's get into this. Looks like there's 93 peeps in here with 58 likes, guys. We can do a little better than that, I think. Come on now. Please, please. Share this out to everybody and anybody you think would want to hear what we got to say tonight. Please. And bring them on over. We got plenty of room. Let's bring this down a little bit. It's a little high there. And please, guys, if I don't sound right, let me know. I've been dealing with sound issues and audio issues for I don't know how long now. This microphone is newer. One of my kids picked it up for me as a early Father's Day gift. because I've been complaining about my microphone and blah, blah, blah. So there's that. And other things. So if my audio is off, I need to know up front. If I'm too loud or too quiet, let me know, please. Appreciate that. Come on in, grab your drinks, whatever you got. Let's do this thing. First off and foremost, let's see who is gracing us with their amazing presence tonight. All you beautiful peeps. Looks like Captain Jenks is in the house. Welcome back, Sarah. Sky, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Kimber, always a pleasure. There's Doodlebug. Good to see you, Doodle. Thank you for joining me, dear. I appreciate you very much. Nope, not today. How about tomorrow? Good to see you tonight. Nope, thank you for joining me. Carrie Wallingford, welcome to you. Great to see you. Alicia Lynn, thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Canadian Nana, good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Jalen71, welcome back. Great to see you. Shelly Montage, good to have you here. Mystery's in the house. Welcome back to you, Mystery. Great to see you. Nicole Seafeld, welcome to you. Great to have you in the house. Truth Not Feelings. Oh, Lord, they let you out again. Thank you for joining me, sir. I appreciate you very much. Miss Salty Sleuth Investigates in the house. Thank you for being here, Salty. Tomboy Charm, great to see you. Kaylee, welcome back to you. Miss Joanne, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Gray Pearl, hello, hello. Good to have you here, darling. Thank you for joining us. Miss Annie Ruler, hello, hello. Good to see you here. Good golly, everybody. Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for joining me tonight. Miss Victoria Burgess, welcome back to you. Great to have you here and great to see you. Michelle Brook, good to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Scooter McBooters, what's going on? Good to see you. Great to have you here. We're getting there. Peggy Sue, I always want to start singing as soon as I see your name. Welcome, welcome. Of course, Mama Bear. Oh, Lord. It's 10 o'clock. What are you doing in here, Mama Bear? Are you sleepwalking again? Hello, hello. Miss Angel, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Andy Rose, so good to have you here, dear. I appreciate you very much. Groot, what's up? What's going on? Steven's Adventure, good to have you. Good to see you. Jules, hello, hello. Enid Melendez, welcome. Luna Lemon, thank you for joining us tonight. Miss Brandy B, I see you there. Thank you for being here. Tina B, same to you. Teresa S, welcome back. Kay Lee, Thomas Sharp, hello. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. It's wonderful to see the new faces coming in here, as always. Much appreciated. Woke up in 1984. Great to see you again. Miss Victoria, great to have you here. Miss Carly Ray Savage, hey. Will Warren, welcome back to you. What the Fox? Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you tonight. Mina Monsters. Mama's in the house. Always happy to see Mom. Deanna Weiler, I think. Ciao to you. Good to see you. CZ, welcome. Good to see you. It's been a while. Daisy May, welcome back. Good to see you. Heather Quinn, welcome, welcome. Red 5, hello, hello. Good to see you. Cole the Herd, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. Great to have you here. Wow. I think I said hello to Sky. If I didn't, hello, Sky. Welcome. Rissy Marie, welcome back. Terry Martin, sorry. Welcome to you, Terry. Great to see you, as always. Oh, there's Miss Wisdom Speaks in the house. Thank you. Again, thank you to all my moderators that have joined me tonight. I appreciate you, my producers as well. Very much appreciate all of you. I should never, could never, and would never do this without you because I just can't and shouldn't, guys. Gianna, welcome to you. Genealogy Gypsy, I love your name. Welcome, welcome. Again, welcome to the new faces and names. I appreciate you guys so very much for being here. We got 160 beautiful peeps in here now at 86 likes, guys. Let's get that to 100 and get this into the algorithm. We can make YouTube happy and they'll leave us alone and we can go on with our day. Come on now, we can do that. Only takes a few more. Jojo Canuck, welcome back to you. Appreciate you very much. Miss Meg, hello and welcome. Yes, 100% props to the mods. Yes, thank you. These mods, I have the some of the best mods on the internet, in my opinion, and could not produce the things that I do without them, guys. So please understand that. We have a couple new mods here. Also, please respect them as well. They're also some very, very awesome creators as well, guys. We have Mind of Monster, Salty Sleuth, and Truth or BFH in here. All amazing creators. Please show some love to them. We can throw their links out like we always do. If you have not subscribed to these channels, please do. You'll get all sorts of different things from these channels. Miss Salty Sleuth and Miss Kimber, they run a very fact-based channel that gives you the facts, just the facts, as Sergeant Friday would say. Truth, not feelings, has a little bit of a different play on things and puts it out there in a whole different spin. And of course, Mind of Monsters is absolutely amazing as well and puts out a lot and advocates for the missing, guys. You can't go wrong with any three of these channels. I'm telling you right now, they're all three amazing and wonderful people. Very much appreciate having them in here. April Wine, welcome to you. Good to see you tonight. Well, there's the first one of a few there. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. That would be Mom's channel, guys. Please go check that channel out. Mom is amazing. She's a beautiful person, a beautiful soul, an amazing advocate for what she does. And I absolutely adore her. I'm grateful to have become close with her. And being able to collaborate with her just is an honor to me. So thank you for that as well. Ms. Heather, thank you for that. I'm glad you enjoyed that. We'll be doing more of that stuff as well on Fridays. Tammy, welcome. Good to see you. There's Leslie and Billy. Welcome, Leslie. Good to have you. Happy Monday night to you. Again, guys, it's already June 3rd, 2024. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? It does. It does. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all of you that are subscribing to Mom's channel. She really needs the support over there for what she does. She's just amazing, guys. She's done some really amazing things. For those of you that weren't in here yesterday when I covered Madeline Soto's case, Mom has been hands-on in that case, or Mind of Monsters, as we call her. Welcome, Sheila. Ash, good to see you tonight. And she truly does advocate for the missing, folks. There's no two ways about it, and more, okay? So please, please show some support over there and keep that channel growing and spread the word from there. Salty, again, the same. Salty's been around for quite a while, but she just now started up a channel full-fledged with Miss Kimber, and they are putting out, and I'm telling you, if you want trash or hearsay or bullshit or any of that, don't go there because you're not going to get it. You're going to get facts and the real deal over there. They are the real deal, folks. And in my opinion, that's what everybody needs to get is real deal facts on these cases. So please go check that out as well. Welcome, Elisa Lynn. No shit, Sherlock. Good to see you tonight. Gianna, did I say hello to you? If I didn't, hello again. Or if I did, hello again. If I didn't, hello. Will Warren. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do this right now because I do this regularly because tonight's an open discussion. I'm going to drop this link here for a select few people to start with. Mom, of course, Salty, of course, Kimber. If any one of the three you want to join me, you're welcome to. Truth, of course, you're welcome to join as well. You always invite me to your panel, and I appreciate that very much. And like I said, it's an open panel, and we're just going to have a little bit of a conversation about Sebastian and what I see for the future for me coming up here. And then we're going to talk about some other things and stuff like that. So come on in and come on up here, guys. If any of you want Truth Seekers in the house, welcome. Guys, if we could drop Truth Seekers channel link too. Truth Seeker has started growing her channel. It's fairly new, and you guys all know that I support new channels in any way, shape, or form that I can, as long as they're here for the right reasons. I absolutely do and will repeatedly support these channels and help them all grow. We need to work with each other, not against each other. Welcome, Mom. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me up.
Always. I hope you're having a wonderful night and hope you had a great day today.
Yeah, it's Monday. Mondays are give and take.
I agree. I do agree. Welcome, Crazy Linda. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So, how did your day go today, Mom?
It went all right. It wasn't too bad. Work, it actually went by faster than I expected it to today.
Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Thank you, Brandy. There is the link to Truth Seekers channel, guys. Please go over there, show some support, subscribe if you haven't yet, and show a little love. Oh, you're not the Truth Seeker with the channel. Okay. Well, that is the Truth Seeker channel there. So she's not in here, but I told her I was going to help her support her channel. Either way, there's the link to it, guys. But thank you, Truth Seeker, for informing me of that. Ava Hackshaw, welcome to you. I just came from the dark side. The dumb is thick tonight. The dumb has been thick for a while. I see you, Mystery. I said hello to you earlier. Did you not hear me? If you didn't, I'm sorry. It's wonderful to have you here, jumping up and down. Well, hello. I see you. Hey. Wow, that was corny as hell. Odin Girl, hello. Thank you, guys. I know I drop a lot of links in here, guys. I do it for a reason, okay? I do it for a reason because there's a lot of channels that are smaller channels like me. I consider myself a smaller channel, okay? And they don't get the okay, that was a wow. They don't get the viewage. What the fuck am I trying to say? Excuse my language. They don't get seen the way they should, okay? And these channels are amazing channels. The creators are amazing. Everybody's out here looking at all these other ridiculously crazy creators putting out this crazy drama crap, and these other channels that are here for the right reasons, doing the right thing. Attention. Thank you, Will. And absolutely, we did hit the algorithm, guys, quickly. We're at 200 or 120. Damn, you guys rock and roll. And we got 200. We had 205 people in here. That's awesome. Recognition. Thank you. I don't know why I'm so stupid tonight, you guys. I've had a crazy few days. I've been doing a lot of crazy stuff. But yes, thank you, Clue, and welcome, Clue. Thank you for joining us tonight. I didn't even know you were in here. I just now saw you. Dandy Lioness, welcome. Again, Clue, you're welcome to join us if you'd like to as well. Crafty Mama, hello. Exposure. You guys are all putting out the right things. I don't know why I couldn't think of one of those damn words. But anyway, so I truly feel that these other channels need the exposure, recognition, all of that, because they do hard work. Mom herself personally is not, she works a full-time job. She has a family and she does this, and she puts real work into this, folks, by getting laws passed and things like that. Okay. Not just sitting here talking about things. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why these channels need to be viewed, get exposure, be seen and heard. That's what I feel, period. That's my opinion. Anybody can argue with me, and that's fine, but I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Alicia J, I did not skip you. I just did not see you, but I see you now. Welcome and happy to have you here. Thank you. So that's why I drop these links like I do incessantly. Doodlebug, again, if I could drop Doodle's link in here, we didn't drop that one. Is working up to being a lot like what Mom's channel is, and it's nothing but exposure for the missing. And Doodle is, again, one of my producers and an amazing, amazing person, a very close person to me, and I appreciate her very much. So please go check that channel out as well. Molly has another amazing channel. Molly handles the more along the paranormal stuff. That's why she produces all my paranormal stuff. Her and Andy. And please go check Molly's channel out as well, guys. These people need to be seen. They sit out here, they do things, they put work in, they make these videos, and there's not a lot of people going there because everybody's so worried about going to these stupid drama channels and following the crazy stuff going on. Like, enough, like, be done with it, guys. It's not worth it. It does nothing for anything. Hence the reason why I have not covered this since I said I wasn't going to. And I'm going to explain that too. Vibrator. Hello, welcome. Vibrator. I love that. Thank you, Brandy. Yes, we have a TikTok, guys. If you want to go check that out, please do. We got quite a few different videos. Miss Brandy, she's she's the admin and producer for the TikTok channel over there. Completely does a great job with it, and I do greatly appreciate that. I don't spend a lot of time over there, but I'm always here. And again, I got to thank Brandy for all the hard work she puts in over there. I have a very very, very good and a very strong team behind me, guys. I'm very proud of, and would do anything for any one of these people. Understand? As I would for all of the community here. I love this community. I'm very proud of this community. Um, so I appreciate every one of you guys for being here for that and everything we do. There's the link for the TikTok. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you, hon. So moving along, I guess nobody else is joining us up here, Mom. That's okay. More room for us. As I stated, I want to talk about. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that. I feel the same way. I want to talk a little. Were you going to say something, Mom?
No, I'm just going to say that I don't bite. They can come up. I might nibble, but I don't bite.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So we've all seen what's going on and has been going on in Sebastian's case. It's all, in my opinion, a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay. There's people over on TikTok, in my opinion, putting out an extreme amount of misinformation. Oh, sorry, Clue. I thought I dropped the thing. And there you go. There's people putting videos out on TikTok with like massive amounts of misinformation. Why? I don't know. It doesn't do any good. It doesn't help anything. It makes it worse, in my opinion. And still, this child's not been found. Okay. I refuse to sit here and play any of that stuff on here. I actually don't even give it views at this point. There's a link in there, Clue, if you want it. And I won't. Because it's doing nothing but hindering, in my opinion, the investigation and case. And it's taking so much time, in my opinion, away from Sebastian himself, which is very sad. Very, very sad and disgusting to me. So, I mean, I don't. Do you agree or disagree on that, Mom?
No, I agree. All the drama, the misinformation, and the bull crap takes away from the attention of him, and it's like spinning in mud. You're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. And it's enough. It's enough. So I was over on Truth's panel earlier with Clue, and a couple people were in there and talking and this and that. And I've been thinking about this for a little while, and I want to continue to put out coverage of Sebastian and keep his name going, as much as I'm going to be covering multiple other missing people and the missing in Tennessee and things like that. Okay, that's going to be coming as well. So you guys noticed I do a wide variety and a wide range of true crime. I don't just stick to one little thing. But I have a passion for the missing. I always have and I always will, especially children. Welcome adjustable knee pads for Honda Civic lovers. What the hell? Oh, Walt Harris. Hello, of course. Welcome, Walt. Good to see you. Anyway, so I made a suggestion, and I think everybody was into it. I do believe, as I've done before on other cases, that we need to go back to the very beginning of Sebastian's case. The very, very beginning, from February 27th, 26th, and 27th and on. Okay? And it needs to be looked at again, I think, from the very beginning. Without all this other shit, all the other drama and all the other he said, she said, he did this, they did that, this, that, and everything else. No. Because I'll be honest, folks, in the very beginning, welcome New Zealand and World Mysteries. In the beginning, I think a lot of us, I know I was, I have no qualms in saying it, claiming it. And I know Clue was, we were looking at things in a different way than we do now. First off, Katie and Chris and this and that. Katie was the last one to be seen with him, so we had questions. And that was facts. Welcome, Truth. Thank you for joining me, sir. Hey, Ro.
Hello.
So at that point, we very possibly may have not seen everything because, like I stated on his show earlier, when a child goes missing, the first thing we do is go into panic mode. Welcome, D. Smith. And going into panic mode because there's a child missing. That's the first thing we do. We need to find that child. Nobody ever expects it to be 4 months later and that child's not found, just like within the Summer Wells case, things like that. I think when we all go into this, we have the hopes that he'll be found tomorrow or the day after or in a couple days. You know what I'm saying? So that hasn't happened with this. And there's been a whole slew of bullshit that has flowed in behind this. Welcome, Butterfly. Good to see you. And D Smith as well. And we all know that. And we all have decided, to not play into that game. From my end, I'm not going to speak out loud for everybody, but I've heard people say things. Um, Jenny's creative studio, and we're all kind of on the same page as far as I understand from that. So my idea is for us to all go back and start at the beginning once again, the very beginning, like we just walked into this, okay, and watch the interviews, listen to the audios, look at the news broadcasts, all of it, every bit of it, and just start from the beginning and come forward to where we are right now, piece by piece by piece. And there's enough of us out here that we can definitely split it up. Welcome, Lori Blythe. Good to see you. We can definitely split it up and do different things in our different shows and support each other the way we do now. And who knows, folks, because I'm telling you, even in Summer's case, when I went back and did that, I saw and heard things that I didn't hear the first time because I was in what I think I classified as panic mode because there's a child missing. Now we've all calmed down to an extent with that, and now we can take the time to slowly analyze things, interviews, and different things, and talk about it the way it should be, okay, from the beginning, and bring ourselves back to par where we're at. So that is my plan coming up very soon here to go forward. Thank you, Walt. Truth, Mom, Clue, Cletus, anybody, anything on that?
I think it's a great idea to go back to the beginning because any good investigator, that's what they do. They go back to the beginning and review everything from the beginning. Because even if you watch an interview one time, there's going to be something you didn't hear, you didn't catch on that first review of the video or of the interview or whatever it might be. It's always a good idea to resurface the beginning
Right.
and start over again. Grab a fresh pen, a fresh notebook, and start taking notes of, and then compare your notes of what you wrote the first time. What did you catch the second time around? Because when you're this far into a case, there's things that you may have not noticed in the beginning that may be just that little piece of information. I call them Easter eggs from playing
Yep.
games, from playing Call of
Yep.
Duty. There's that little piece that you may not have caught in the beginning and just kind of compare it.
Absolutely. No, Terry, you've been on my panel before. I just bring the people up that typically are up here. You're welcome to join us, Terry, if you'd like. There's a link there. Right, exactly, Sherry. That's my thought as well. Clue, do you have any input or truth or either one of you?
I mean, Nonsense has already kind of started doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the interviews.
Mm-hmm. Good.
I,
That's a good point. Good point. Yeah.
I always think it's a good idea to do it just simply because if you listen to what the cops say, they are treating this like a case where he ran off.
Right. Right.
So I think in terms of the interviews, I think the catch-22 with it, right, is if you're going to go back through the interviews, you've got to go into them with a clear mindset
Yes.
and focus of looking for information about Sebastian. Otherwise, you'll end up right where we're all
I do agree.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's 100%.
Because at the end of the day, and I mean, it is what it is. People can call it shade if they want. There's not a lot about Sebastian in a lot of the interviews with Seth.
Right.
There's really not a lot about Sebastian in a lot of them. In all fairness, I mean, but I think that's just the trick to it, right? Is to, in order to not get back into the same rabbit hole, you got to focus on just looking for pieces of information about him.
I do agree. Like, if you look at the way it came out, initially, I think that Chris and Katie did come out to Duchess and go on that show to sort of raise awareness, right?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Then what happened is there was what people people were maybe looking at as like, and I guess they were discrepancies, right? So when they went back on there,
Mm-hmm.
it was to try to clear up things, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The Nancy Grace interview with them too has been the same thing.
Right.
Almost every interview with them has been trying to like clear up crap
Right.
that has come out in the public. So the unfortunate side is there are certain individuals in this that have made it virtually impossible for
Agreed.
a lot of people to focus on Sebastian over the drama.
Yes. Yes. That's why I want to do this. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. And again, understand something too. And I know you guys remember this because we talked about it before. Welcome, Mocha. Allison White, don't come for me. Shirlene E, welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us. Anybody out there that's just watching, not in chat, thank you for being here as well. So, guys, when we first heard about Sebastian in the very beginning, okay, let's go back to that just for a minute here, and this explains a little why I want to do this. We were told, in some senses, that, and I guess not told, but made to believe. Okay, 1 second.
Today's live is brought to you by Arm & Hammer.
Okay. That basically, I think the picture that we all got of Sebastian Rogers was that he was a, 15-year-old boy, hope floats welcome, and was basically an invalid in some senses. We were made to believe in some senses, maybe not made to believe, but the way it was explained was that's how it came off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he couldn't do anything for himself. Basically, he wore pull-ups. He did this. He did that. Blah 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 blah. So we all looked at this child as like, which is why I believe we all went into panic mode immediately, and we're like, oh my God, we have to find this child right now. Okay, which is still a fact. He still needs found right away, regardless. But again, that's how we saw Sebastian in the beginning. I guarantee you. At least I did. Okay.
I
And-
would say in the very beginning.
Is
Right.
you and Clue are talking at the same time.
What?
You and Clue are both carrying on a conversation at the exact same time. So there's two voices.
I think you're on a delay, Terry. That's why
Yeah.
I felt that way.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. So that is one of the main reasons why I want to do this, because now we have a very, in my opinion at least, welcome Spivey, a better visual mental picture of who Sebastian Rogers is and what is going on in his life, his medical issues, things like that, putting all of the other bullshit out of the picture and going back to Sebastian Rogers, the missing 15-year-old child, and who he really is at this point now that we know that, okay? And I think if we look at it that way from the beginning and go forward, we might be able to restructure our minds to this case in some sense, and maybe it'll make a difference, folks. At this point, there's nothing to lose. We've been through every bit of this the wrong way. Let's try to do it the right way. That's why I think it's a good idea. Welcome, Madam Mom, CJ, Jag, Liebird, Charlotte Sank, and anybody I may have missed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but I'll catch up with you. But anyway,
Hey, Dago.
go ahead.
I definitely agree that going over things are important. I think that doing some panel reviews are good, but I wonder how we go back into this without having all of the other fog.
I mean,
there.
that's gonna be hard. I agree, but I've done it on the Idaho case. I had one whole mindset on that case when I first in the beginning of it, and then I went back through it again and I kind of backed some things out and I saw it in a different way. And it does, you just have to have an open mind in some senses. Some people aren't gonna be able to do it. I agree. It's how everybody takes it. It's the only thing I can think of. I can't say that everybody's going to not be able to think about the things we've seen and heard. And it's not going to be that easy to just say, well, that never happened. It happened, guys. We can't just do that, but we have to work on trying to ignore what we've heard and seen already. It's hard. You're right, Truth. I do agree with you. It's very hard. All we can do is try. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? Welcome, JC.
Right.
Good to see you. Thank you.
I think
Go
that's
ahead.
the key to an investigation, and you'll hear investigators say it quite often that when you get to a dead end, you turn around and start at the beginning again. I just
Yeah.
think that if we're going to start at the beginning again, it's got to be done in a proactive way, meaning like we're able to visually see a following of what we're talking about, right? Because otherwise, things start mixing and matching together. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I don't know if a whiteboard's necessary, if we need to have like a
I don't know if we need a whiteboard because I mean we all have computers and you know what I mean, or whatever, phones, but I mean we can make it work. I think we can. I've done it before.
It definitely helps.
Yeah, I
Like
can.
watching nonsense and her, like the only thing she put on there was the people involved in, I hate to say it like this, but it's a necessary evil in both sets of parents, right? So
Mhm.
if she's done it, right, and you look at the Proudfoots or whatever, and it's Ellie, and I think possibly the Cajun Navy. And then when you look at the other side, I mean, the list, I think she wound up saying she might need a bigger board of people that have come. And then, of course, she
Yeah.
marked on there like the ones that have gone as well, right? So it definitely helps, like when you see it in like
Black
black
and
and
white
white.
written down. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a very good point.
And that's how I am. Is I've got 2 computers, but I'm a lot better with an ink pen and a notepad. Like
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
just an old school spiral notebook, and label the top of the page and put bullet points on it because I'm old school. I prefer to put it on a notepad and like
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
list it
I've
all
got a
out in
You know,
categories.
yeah.
that's why if people happen to have a Dago notebook or a Cluminati notebook or a Mind of Monsters notebook, that they could get from your website for I don't know $12 to $15, that'd be probably amazing. Just saying.
Or Walmart for like 2, but
Yeah, but sometimes people want to have a Cluminati notebook or a Dago notebook so
notebook.
they can, damn, it's not their fault they like you. Shit.
Thank you. Truth. This is our unwritten marketing director here. Thank you for that.
Listen, I'm gonna prove a point right now. Hey, chat, if you could get a notebook with like Dago or Cluminati or Mind of Monsters on it, whatever, and it had their logo on the front of it with a pin, and you could get it for 15, $20, put a 1 in the chat if you would buy one, put a 2 in the chat if you wouldn't be interested. 1 yes, 2 no. Let's just see what happens.
And put roosters in the chat if you would prefer it to be covered in roosters.
Yeah, if you prefer it to be covered in roosters, then put roosters in there.
Welcome,
God.
Tom Boy, April, Allison, AK-47. Hello, hello. Wait a minute.
Well,
Our sustainable crypto. Well, welcome. Did somebody just say something about a Lego notebook? AK, I'm gonna make up my own Lego notebook. Okay, whatever works.
I'm just saying it would be a good way to get your crew to be able to all you'd be like, everybody get your Dago book out or everybody get your Cluminati book out,
Gotcha.
and for
Good
moms,
idea.
like everybody get your black book out.
Oh, I don't know. I'd be wasting. I have a stack of notebooks from school this year that he didn't even need because they're using Chromebooks for everything. They don't even use notebooks half the time anymore. So I have stacks of them that I've been using, but it is a good idea. I'll look into that and see if I can put something together. If anybody, because there's a lot of ones.
There's some ones in there.
And then when the notebook is done, all you got to do is just get a frame and put the notebook or the cover of the notebook in the frame, and you got yourself a frame.
There you go. Welcome, Pink. Good to see you tonight, dear. And welcome, JC, by the way. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Evie Marie, hello. How are you?
Hey, Joe,
Good idea. That's a good idea. Yes,
the
ma'am.
one thing that I think it's better if people can do that, but to have an actual whiteboard on the screen now and then, because some people aren't going to have the books. That way, at least everybody is up to speed. That's just my thought.
Oh, I got you. Well, and I have. I just found it. I thought we had one, but I guess I was wrong. It's not really a whiteboard, but I can get one, I'm sure. This is one of the like calendar type things. You know what I'm? It's all erasable stuff. I mean, I could do it, but I think the blocks will confuse.
PowerPoint display. Go back old school.
That's a lot of work, bud.
No, oh my gosh. No, it's not. I can do that.
I hate typing. That's the problem. Southern gal.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
I just saw something odd, though, on the YouTube streets. That's the first thing you got to remember. The YouTube creator had in her title, not billboards. I'm just about to hit my head. Okay, here's the thing. This is the stuff that I'm talking about right here. Like this kind of crap. And nothing against you, Southern gal. I appreciate you bringing this up because it's a good topic to point out real quick. It's not true. Okay, we've seen proof. Mom herself, who's sitting right here next to me in Clue, she's put billboards up herself, okay, in different areas. Mom, if you want to explain where those are at real quick, if you don't mind. Again, I'm sorry.
So the billboards for Sebastian, there is about 20 missing people that have blip billboards up for myself and my team on Twitter. But
Right.
Sebastian has 2 in Texas, and he has 1 in South Carolina. And then I personally have my own blip account that I don't use with my team, and I have a Seeking Justice billboard up for Ellen Greenberg in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And the
Amazing.
blip billboards are digital billboards. They are a great tool. They are amazing. They are for advertising. They are owned by individuals. These are not owned by a company. Blip is a company, but these billboards are owned by individuals. You make a design, you make the design to fit the size of billboard it is, and they blip. They flip. It's a billboard that flips. So it's a blip every 8 seconds. You can set it between $5 and as many dollars as you want a day. I have Ellen set for $5 a day. It blips every hour. It takes a 2-hour break in the middle of the day, and then it blips every hour after that. And they are great, and they're lit up, and you can see them at night. And even during the day, I have went and got footage of Tanya Whips in Auburndale. I've got footage of Vlada Castles here in Orlando that we have up for them. And they even look good during the day. You might have to stand there for 5 minutes and wait for the ads to go through before you see a missing person's billboard, but they are a great tool. And I've worked with Vern on Twitter for 4 years doing blips, and they are a great tool. And we've actually had people be brought home with the blip billboards.
We have one in Ohio, my daughter said. Do you know who put that one up?
We have a few, actually. We have one in Niles that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's run by, from my understanding, it's got multiple people on it and multiple different advertisements on it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see something here.
Do you go
Bobby,
through
it's in
Lamar?
Arlington. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just said, do you go through Mom? Do you go through, oh my God, I just totally had a mental block. I'll think of it in a second. Sorry.
Take your time.
Lamar.
Oh,
Lamar is
that company?
Lamar is a totally different company. So Lamar, a family can reach out to Lamar, and Lamar will put a billboard up for however long they get it approved to go up, and it is no cost to the family. When me and Vern put up billboards, we do it on no cost to the family. Either I fund them, he funds them, or we have a group of people that fund them, and I share them. And anybody that wants to donate to them, I private message them the path to be able to donate to the ones that me and him put up. The one that I have up for Ellen Greenberg, I have dropped my Cash App in my chat on the live that I did to show her billboard. And people donated to my Cash App. And I immediately apply the money. I take a screenshot of my blip account, and it shows the date, the money and everything that goes on there, and it also shows the balance that's on the top of it.
Wow. That's awesome.
I'm very transparent and always have been about the blip boards, because when you're fooling with people's money, especially on YouTube, since the whole shenanigans that we had in Summer's case with Chase or whatever his name was, and the money that got scammed and all that stuff, people are sketched out about money and billboards. And I've been doing this for a long time.
Have you tried direct mail, like in a magazine that goes out monthly?
No. I haven't tried anything in a magazine, but you can do Twitter promotions, and those work really well. Like Vern has a campaign for Twitter promotions, and he puts up flyers and does a Twitter promotion, and it's an ad. So like how if you have Twitter and you go through Twitter and you see like the infamous bra ad that comes up that drives me insane, and I block it every time it comes up, there is an ad that'll pop up. And it's that missing person's poster, and it's directed to wherever in the United States that you want that poster to be seen. And then you get a report showing you how many people it reacted to it, how many impressions it had. The same thing with the blip boards. I can pull up a whole sheet and it shows me how many impressions, how many times it blipped, like all that information.
So if there's anybody that wants to, I know that Clue also did something. Where did Clue go? She wasn't
Yeah,
here. She's gone now.
she had a phone call or something.
Okay.
She'll be back, he says. But real quick, so nobody's confused, because a lot of people don't understand some of this. A blip billboard is something that looks like this, okay? But it's digital. And what it does is it'll flip through, welcome, Draw. It'll flip through different things instead of just you seeing what we remember as being standard billboards. You see that for however long the company advertises that, and then they change it out. A blip billboard is something that will repeatedly like flip through, like Mom was saying. Like they'll show an advertisement for Outback Steakhouse or something, and then it clips over to a photograph of like Sebastian's missing poster for a few seconds or minutes or whatever, seconds, I think it's usually, and then it flips to another one, and then it flips to another advertisement, or like for Dairy Queen or something, then it flips to another one, then it'll flip to an advertisement for like AutoZone or something, and then it flips to another. It just goes on going like that. So it's a digital, completely digital, kind of like what you'd see at like a baseball game, one of those giant what are those called? The big TV thing up there.
Jumbotron.
Yeah, there you go. Something, it's kind of like that in a sense, folks, for those of you that aren't familiar with what a blip billboard is.
Yeah, I know that what I was trying to say is I know Clue is doing something. She's about to start a new blip thing up.
Randy.
They've got $2,000 that have already gotten in the pot. Now, if you're in here tonight and you want to get involved, and there's no other way that I know of because it hadn't been set up yet, get in touch with Mind of Monsters. I don't know if one of your moderators could drop her link in the chat, and just send her a private message, and she'll explain to you how to do it. And then if y'all want to go over to her page, I know she has a video as well of like receipts and how it's all set up and blah, blah, blah. But what I would do if I were y'all, she kind of gave you an idea, $5 a day, 8 seconds every hour for 22 hours a day. Am I about right on that, Mom?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
but you
let's
can
say
set it
you
for
just-
more than that. Like, and you
Right,
can
that's what I was
point it
gonna say.
for certain
So
times
if-
during the day.
So if like you sat down and you decided, okay, I want to sponsor 10 days, but I want it to go 16 seconds every hour. So then that's what, $70, right? I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying that gives you an idea. And when you message her, say, hey, I'd like, tell her how much you want, give her some instruction. I'm sure that can help her, right, Mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like Vern sets
that-
his to $10 a day. The ones that he does $10 a day. And then we go through, like I said, I privately send the path to donate to the billboard. He sets up the analytics on it, and then he will send a screenshot to either the person if they want to give them their information, a DM or something. And then he will send them a screenshot of how it progressed that day, how many times it flipped, or the monthly analytics on it, whatever the case
Yeah.
may be.
So if y'all want to help, listen, I mean, on real talk, and there's these billboards are everywhere, right? Like we could literally get 100 billboards if the money was there.
And that's
Yeah,
what
and
let me
it's
mom,
super
mom
easy. Anybody can do it.
right.
I'm just saying if they donated, like if they didn't want to go through and set all that up, and they donated to say you or say to Clue, what I'm saying is like if they donated $50, that's a month at $5, whatever it is, $5 a day. No, it's not a month, but y'all get
Thank
my
you. Thank you,
um,
Captain Jenks. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, Truth. Thank you, Captain Jenks, for the super chat. Are they still checking caves, mines for Sebastians? I'm not sure. I hope they are. Just because. But
where are these mines that everybody talks about?
I've heard that there's mines down through there. I don't know exactly where because I don't know the area, but I've heard that.
I mean, there's the quarry. The quarry's down there, but I don't know about
Mineral
mines.
Mines would be the closest one, but that's
Yeah,
not
but
close to Sebastian though. That's
I
halfway
don't mean
down
I
the
don't mean to.
interstate.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a smartass, but I can see as far as like someone asked earlier about registered storm shelters and things like that. Honestly, guys, I don't think anybody registers their storm shelters with the county. But I know that there's not caves I'm sorry, not caves. I know there's not mines per se, but there are caves. And I think that there was a report of one of those caves collapsed or something like that, but you don't know when that happened.
I remember
Here's,
hearing about that. Yeah.
there's I mean, that's a good thing. I say, yeah, I would say they probably want to check caves, but I'm almost willing to say that they probably have within that 5 mile radius.
I want to clarify something else real quick too, and I'm going to show you. Mom sent me this to show you guys, so everybody has a clear idea. Okay, I will, Annie. Thank you very much. Another amazing creator. Does a lot like what Mom does. Duchess for the Missing. If you guys have not checked out her channel, please do. She has been putting out billboards as well for a while. She had to take a little break. Clue kind of picked up where she was left off for a little because she's dealing with some stuff that's very important. Not because she chose to take a break from it. Okay, she needs to handle personal things like we all do. Okay, Duchess has been amazing with this. She's been doing this from the beginning of this case. She has billboards out there. We've seen proof of it. Not that we needed to, but we have. Unfortunately, sometimes out here in YouTube world, you have to do that. You have to show receipts to people for whatever, for going to the bathroom sometimes, I guess, but whatever. And so, yeah, it's been going on. And Duchess has been putting them up, if I remember right, all throughout Tennessee. And I don't have exacts on it, but I'm sure we can find out. But you can watch Duchess's channel, and she shows it shows it to you and tells you about it. So there have been billboards. For anybody saying there's not, wherever you're getting your information, you need to check it because it's wrong. Absolutely wrong. Again, if we can drop Duchess's link in here too. I'm sorry. Whenever I interrupted, Truth, if I interrupted you, my apologies. Go ahead with what.
You're good, Bubba. As far as the mail goes, we've discussed that. I don't know. It's been probably a week and a half that we discussed that, and I think the general consensus on that was people throw it away way too quick, and then you're cutting down trees. It's just as easy to do social media ads as I think it would, and it'd probably be more cost effective as well. But yeah, I know a lot of people are talking about mailing things out, and that there's money in shipping.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, I was just going to say I worked for, and I'm sure you've seen this magazine, Dago, but it's a direct mail magazine, JB Dollar Stretcher magazine, and I worked for them for 14 years. They went out, but the president now has max values. I could get us in. I can't imagine Mark wouldn't put us in for no cost, and it would be distributed monthly into homes.
Definitely a good idea. Anything can help. Anything can help. Doing nothing is not helping. Anything is helping. So, in my opinion. Okay. Let me show this real quick here. What Mom sent me, so there's a complete understanding as to what these are. Thank you, Mom. Again,
you're welcome.
All right, here we go.
Guys, this is Tanya Whip's billboard. So this is a digital billboard.
This is what Vern does, and myself and all of the team that works with the billboards. It's gonna flip through a bunch of ads, and then Tanya's billboard's gonna pop up. And guys, I'm out of breath. It's like 1,000 degrees here. Should be in just a couple minutes. I just wanted to make sure that I did come out here. This is not necessarily boots on the ground. It's more tie-dye tennis shoes, but hey, it's the thought that counts. And this is what you do when you really want to help with a missing case, is just share. Don't contact the family. Don't be a dirtbag. Let the families rest. Let them grieve for their missing one. That's all they ask, guys. And what I'll do is I'll probably lay her picture over all these ads because it's kind of not relevant. So I'll probably pop a picture up in between. Should be just a couple more seconds. Hopefully, because it's like 1,000 degrees out here. So I just want to get a quick video. Come on, Tanya. Come on, Tanya Whip, missing out of Auburndale, Florida. Let's go. Flip, girl, flip for me. Come on, Billboard. It's hot, hot, hot. Come on, Billboard. Flip one time for me.
You're muted.
As you guys can see, as we're sitting here watching this, okay? Who puts the most money in here? Best Western and these other companies are putting tons and tons of money into this to roll their stuff through again and again and again. So that's how this works, but it's coming. It's coming.
Come on. It's so hot. There she is.
Thank you, Sherry.
It's amazing work. Thank you, Vern. You're friggin' awesome. If you see something, say something. Success. Went and got footage and a quick pic for Tanya's billboard. Sorry, guys. I have a ride with the windows down because I'm from Kentucky and I'm used to driving an old farm truck or something. So, success. Thank you guys so much for your support. Remember, if you see something, say something. It takes a village to raise a child. And always be kind to others.
I have emphysema, so this heat's hell on me. But that was July of last year.
Yeah, I get it. The humidity is what kills me. I understand completely. Thank you, Sherry. So that is in essence what it is, folks. And Duchess has them up. Mom has them up. Others have them up all over the place. We have one here in Niles, where I'm at, Niles, Ohio. It sits right in front of our mall, and it's rolling through things all day long. And
no, don't go to Duchess right
now.
Just
not Duchess.
On a leave of absence. You're going to go to Clue, or you can go to Find a Monsters as well.
Yeah, either one will direct you where you need to be or what you need to do. 100%.
Do you guys know if we have the blip billboards in Nebraska by chance?
Put a city in the back chat.
I don't believe I've ever seen a blip board.
Well, that's just the digital boards. I'm sure they have them through there.
Do you have a city? If you don't want to say it out loud, you can put it in the back.
She said. I thought she said Omaha, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I was asking, is if we, would have one in Omaha or Lincoln.
I did find this just now.
Because those are the biggest cities.
Let's see if this helps at all. This is listed as Omaha. That looks like one. See that right there?
Mm-hmm.
See if it gets close up. Yeah, there it is. That's Omaha. And it's Lamar advertising right there on the bottom of it, and it's rolling through, doing its thing.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what road that was. I don't know if that looks familiar to you, JC. That's a main freeway there.
Okay, I think I do. I think it's right outside.
Gotcha.
on I-80.
And you see the distance you can see it from, folks. I mean, you're coming, it's huge. So you're coming up on this from that direction. It looks like it might be going both directions too. There's another one on the other side of it if you can't see it right there. Okay. And yeah, coming both directions, that's big as life. You're going to see that coming up on it. And, you know, that's a good thing about these things, guys. Understand, I love these for that reason, because anybody that knows this, you're on a road trip, you're going somewhere, and you're on the freeway, the interstate, whatever you want to call it.
You're going to see a billboard.
You're coming up on this for a while, and you may actually get a chance to see it roll through what you're looking at multiple times, okay, because of the time it takes to get upon that board. You know what I mean? That's why I like these. They're really good for that reason. So, and they're huge. They're huge. It's the biggest way to see it.
I think the problem is nobody has seen a picture of the billboards. I just Googled it too to see if there was one that someone might have posted. But
Mom, I think Duchess posted them somewhere. Let me see something here.
I sent you a picture of the one we have.
Yeah, that was the one that one of the ones that Mom had put up for.
it has Sebastian on it.
No.
Yeah, it's in Discord.
Oh, is that another one back there? Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's important that you show the one with Sebastian's picture so people can stop saying the bullshit.
Oh yeah. Here it is. That's what that was. That's awesome too. I love that. It's huge.
Yeah, Vern makes these.
So,
those are
there
his.
you go,
Anybody that needed, proof. Here's your proof right here. Get ready to clip this part.
That's what comes up on the blip when it's running, just like that. Big as life. That shows both pictures of him. It gives the TBI and Sumner County phone number. Absolutely amazing job. Tell Vern how much I respect that. Please.
I sure will. He's with his grandbabies right now, so he's taking a social media break.
Gotcha. No problem. But still, that's awesome, folks. Imagine that picture on one of those billboards and what it says. That's absolutely amazing. And it's big as life Amber Alert, so people know exactly what that is. Do you know what I'm saying?
And he uses colors, like for Sebastian's is red, and Vladik that's missing out of here in Orlando, his is lime green. Michaela Standridge, one of my cases out of Washington State, hers is pink, and you can't miss it. It is pink.
Annie, I didn't ignore it. I saw the picture, man. Or hun, I promise you I did. I was talking about something else. I couldn't pull it up yet. I'm not ignoring it. I promise you. I saw it.
We always tell people like where these are, and please, if you're in the area, go get footage of them. Please send it. All of my email and everything is all open. If you see one of these in the wild, because I'm in Florida, please get footage of it, and I will put it on my channel. I will shout you out. I will make sure that everybody on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube knows that you're the one that drove and got a picture of it. And I'm not asking anybody to go out of their way. I'm just saying, if you're driving around and you see one, please get a photo of it, because it's important to the families. Like the one I have up in Pennsylvania, Ellen's mom and dad, they're older and they don't live in the area anymore. So I reached out to probably 5 different people to try to get a 10-second video, a picture, something of the billboard so people can see it in the wild. And that's why I went and got the footage for Tanya Whip, was because it seems like anytime it's a missing case, you have a group of people that want to be naysayers. And I drove out there myself when my old man was in the hospital and got that footage just to be able to post it and show on Twitter and on here. These blip billboards do exist. They are not a scam, and they work.
Annie, what I don't understand what you mean. I posted publicly on my Facebook, Annie Ruler. Is this a hoax? Hired creators? Okay, so here's the picture.
Sorry.
Here's the picture you sent me. It's kind of blurry, but there it is. I'm a little lost on what the issue is, or what we're trying to do here. Is there something wrong with it, or is it not? What's the problem?
It looks like a screenshot of a lot.
It came
Terry Lynn's live.
Yeah, you can see her hands there with her rings.
But I'm just saying, it's Terry Lynn's live.
It says it right down underneath too. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's the picture. What are we looking at here? Annie, what are we discussing about it? Is it the shirts being sold? What do you mean, Doodle? That was something else I thought about too. I was going to talk to, if I could, family. Any. What do you mean, Annie? Oh, thanks. I'm lost, Annie. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be short or anything. I'm just completely lost why we're showing this and what is there an issue with it or. But anyway, as she's explaining that, I said something to Doodle about that because I have T-shirts. I print merchandise now for everybody, and I wondered if we were to get permission from the family to put a T-shirt up for him, and you can go buy your own, and any money that goes to that would go directly to the Billboard fund or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know if that would be a good idea or not. And again, it would be a picture of his missing poster on a shirt. And I'm sure they have them out already, but the more the better. Yes, and it's summer break too. Okay. Are you still here, Annie? I don't understand what's going on with this. Is there something we need to know about this? Oh, you're fine. It's okay. Is there something we need to know about this? That looks like it's new, that picture there, doesn't it? Or is that not the new one? Or a new one right here?
That is the photo enhanced one where they took his glasses off and they photoshopped it.
Got you. And then, okay, I understand.
But for some people, they don't seem to understand that. They think it's an original picture or something. It was
okay.
photoshopped, what people were trying to say when they didn't think he'd left with his glasses. My understanding, anyway. And then they photoshopped it off. And when they did that, that's what it made it look like he had a black eye, but it was where they changed out the skin for where the glasses were. That's my understanding.
Oh, Nicole says, Dago, I think why they aren't using the enhancement instead of the older pictures. I got you. I think they did the enhancement just to show what he would look like without having his glasses on, per se. That way you could see him both ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it was in the time where we didn't know if he left with glasses or not. So they were giving.
I thought they took that down, Joanne. The one that she did, she photoshopped a missing poster and I guess didn't have permission. I thought they had to take that down. I think. I don't know. Don't quote me because I have no clue.
No clue's gone. I don't. You know, like I said, it's just it's interesting. Y'all got to be careful when you're getting involved in money too, because you're going to have to pay the taxes on that.
That's it, right?
Y'all have 501c3s, so please be careful with what you're doing financially, and don't end up with a $20,000 tax bill at the end of the year.
100%.
Because you want to help somebody.
I mean, anyway, so yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Wait a minute. They do have Sebastian missing exploited. Yes, that's awesome too. Thank you, Norma. If you're in here and can hear me, thank you very much. This is so everybody knows. I'm glad you sent me this too. I was wondering. They have Sebastian on the missing and exploited list right there.
Oh yeah.
Along with this poor little guy. I swear, I'm so upset about this one.
Elijah View.
Elijah, yeah, I am. I just can't with that one. That's what started this off, and then Sebastian and Maddie happened, and it's just, and there's been nothing on Elijah. It's driving me nuts. But
yeah,
all I can say is thank God they're both in jail. But
hey, but Tennessee's not accepting 501c3s. They've got like a 1.5 to 2 year backlog right now.
okay, let me see here. I'm sorry, anybody that was in the Discord. I haven't really been in here at all today. I was kind of.
Sebastian Rogers missed.
Okay, let me show you guys this. Thank you, Victoria. It's an update from 4 hours ago, it says, so that's good. Mr.
Mom.
Nick Barris. Thank you, Victoria, very much. All right, guys. Let me know if the audio is okay or not okay.
Thing
That's
is
not hard,
not
right?
a cold
Good.
case.
Can't hear it.
No, I cannot hear it.
No sound, Dago.
Mistake. Sebastian Rogers missing is not yet a cold case.
Is that better?
So far,
Yeah.
Okay.
The TBI, along with the FBI and the Sumner County Sheriff, tell me that it remains an active case. But authorities also say they are no closer to solving the mystery of what happened to Sebastian. In recent weeks, the most recent tip that turned out to be nothing was this photograph taken at a visitor center in North Carolina. That lookalike teen was identified and confirmed not to be Sebastian. Since then, things have been quiet.
We're doing everything we can do. Every time a tip comes in, we follow up on it.
Eric Craddock is chief deputy with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and heads up the investigation. 100 days since Sebastian disappeared is a milestone, but Craddock says no one is giving up. Unfortunately, the number of tips or potential sightings reported have gone down in recent weeks. There are no more random search efforts by authorities, but based on the investigation and search efforts to date, they do have a body of work to review.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once, put a fresh set of eyes on it.
Maybe someone with a fresh outlook will notice something in the search area that others have missed. In the meantime, Craddock says they keep in touch with Sebastian's parents, who continue to cooperate, having talked to them just this past week. Everyone is frustrated over the lack of new leads, which unfortunately still result in crazy conspiracy theories.
Oh, the rumor mill on social media has done nothing to advance this case.
When something significant does happen, we will hear about it first from authorities, not from armchair detectives on social media. For now, investigators say all options remain on the table, including the possibility still of foul play. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
All right. And there again, just like he said, the sheriff himself said that, you know, going back to the beginning and looking at it again definitely could help, you know. It's sad that there's no new leads or anything, you know. It's just so hard to believe.
I don't believe it.
Well,
I absolutely don't believe it.
I'll say this.
That they're
Go
too
ahead.
quiet. They're too quiet. And the fact that they haven't come out and done any type of press conference, whether it's, you know, even just settling the community down, because well, maybe not, because if you go into Hendersonville, people aren't riled up like people are on social media. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they're under as much pressure in the community, because I think the community kind of understands the process. But I would still feel like the TBI has always been pretty decent with communicating with the press, and I just don't understand why they haven't come out. And then even with Nick Barris doing this report, he's using old footage while talking about currently talking to them, and
yeah,
it just seems odd to me. Something about it seems odd, and it's not about owing us anything, guys. That's not the point. It's saying that Tennessee is typically pretty good, at least the TBI is pretty good at keeping people kind of updated, unless they're looking at something nefarious, in my opinion.
I was going to say,
don't
unless
know.
they're keeping something very close to the chest.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's the case, but if we just act like, oh, the police don't know shit, wouldn't that kind of go against all of us have our own theories? A lot of people have the same theory. So you got to assume law enforcement has more evidence, and their theory's probably there too. But there's a difference between a theory and being able to prove the theory. And you know, in a case like this, if they think that he has passed, I would see them arresting people, right? But if they believe that he's alive, but maybe there's some side play, not even foul play, because see, foul play would indicate danger, in my opinion. Would you agree?
Typically, yeah.
So if, let's just say hypothetically, if they thought a parent was involved, they wouldn't consider that foul play per se, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I right? I mean, y'all tell me, what do y'all think? Would that be
I can agree
foul
with that.
play? So then it would still be being honest about no foul play, you know? And what I mean by that is I still think Sebastian went out the front door. I'm just not convinced who he met out that front door, but he didn't walk off into the woods. I don't believe that. I like walk off 5-10 miles. I don't see that, in my opinion.
It's just strange.
I think he got into a car or he went into someone's house. Those are kind of where I'm at right now.
I'm kind of there with you. I have to agree. I am. I definitely am.
I don't think the retention pond has anything to do with his disappearance. I just think that for some reason those dogs went for that pond. But there's 13 other dogs that did not go to that pond. And I cannot ignore those numbers. Statistically, that tells me it's more likely that he didn't go to that retention pond than that he did. And I said this earlier, the fact that the one dog tracked in front of the house, down the driveway, sat, walked across the street, sat, came back across the street. I think that's because Sebastian crossed the road and got into the passenger side of whatever car was there. Because if the car was facing toward the dead end, that would make no sense. You wouldn't want to drive back past the house. You know what I mean? And if you were waiting on him to come out, you would want to have yourself a little bit of room to see him coming out where you could pull up real quick, him jump in, and you be gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have had to have been very, very, very quick.
But the problem is what Clue has advised is that every car going in and out of there has been vetted.
No, every car that's known to have gone in and out of there has been vetted. But if we're to assume that, so here's where my problem with that is, right? We're told that he left between 12 and 6 a.m. But y'all are trying to just pretend like he left at 12, right? What if he waited an hour and a half from the last contact with his mom, and let's just assume that he had taken his night medicine, right? Like for whatever reason, okay? Then it is very possible that he would have fallen asleep and woke up at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m., and headed out. Well, if that's the case, people are coming in from work, people are leaving from work, and there's been no word about those cars, right? And so, at the very least, say someone missed their turn, one turn up, which is possible on that road, you would turn left or right, depending on which way you were going, into their neighborhood. And if you didn't pull into someone's driveway, you would have had to pull it all the way down to their road in order to do a U-turn right there to come back up. You understand what I'm saying? So then your car would have been seen anyway. They're not talking about any vehicles in and out of that place from midnight to 5:30, 6 a.m. That makes absolutely no sense on a Monday morning.
And again, I have to say, I truly do feel that they have something like that, and that they don't maybe not know exactly who or what it is. And of course, they're not going to put it out until they get that because they don't want to spook somebody.
Right.
So
they may not think it's the parents at all, but they don't want to say anything for that reason, the spooking of somebody.
Right.
If they're on a track and let's say they're moving Sebastian like some people have suggested, whoever they is. Not saying the parents, I'm just saying whoever they is. Well, then it's going to take some time to track that, find that information. You know what I mean? There's a level and a process of time. This isn't a fucking CSI TV show. It doesn't all happen in 30 minutes to an hour.
Right.
Right.
You know, it takes time. And I think that the fact that I feel like there's not as much, and maybe this is just me looking at it the wrong way, but there's not as much emphasis and speed and like, giddy up to it. It kind of leads me to believe that maybe even law enforcement doesn't believe that Sebastian is in any danger. Or is that, I mean, you could tell me you think I'm wrong, but what do y'all think?
I
It
can
makes
agree.
sense.
I can
It
agree.
makes
I
sense
can
of
say, yeah. Dago is so loud and others are low. That's why I've asked you guys that. Do I sound loud to everybody? This new microphone has weird volume on it. I have that other thing too, so I can't hear it to tell.
You
Is that
sound fine to me,
I
but
think you sound fine.
I think you sound fine.
is that better? Am I any quieter?
You're fine.
That sound the same to me.
yeah,
Okay.
you sound fine to me.
Maybe it's that. Maybe who was it that said that? Crimson Tide. I love your name, by the way. Roll Tide. Maybe you just have it turned up. That was loud. Okay, thank you, Terry. Okay, so that's the plan with this, guys, as far as Sebastian's considered. Okay. AG, hello. Ellie doesn't believe Sebastian walked out of that house.
Salty, to answer your question, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that it seems to me that the sense of urgency hasn't really been there visually. Now, it doesn't mean that they don't have a sense of urgency. I'm just speaking on what I can see. And if they thought he was in danger, I feel like it would have been transitioned into a criminal investigation based on the danger aspect, right? Because you can't expect that someone would be quote unquote in danger as far as being taken without. Does that make sense? Like it's I just don't feel like they're treating it in a manner that makes me think they think he's in danger.
That we can see.
You know, like they're not. I don't know how to
They
put
might
it
be
in the
doing
right
something
word.
behind the scenes that we don't know about. But
Yeah, like
I'm
maybe
totally with you.
and I don't know. I don't know what the answer would be. I just don't get that gut feeling that law enforcement is thinking that it's anything other than voluntary, or maybe the possibility of someone being involved, but he voluntarily left. Does that make sense? Is that a better way of saying it?
But my question is, even if he voluntarily left, he's 15 years old.
Right.
Like, I know that like an adult, like an 18 or 19-year-old or whatever the legal adult age is, like you have the right to leave on your own accord.
No, not in his case, and I'll explain why. Give me 1 second. Salty,
But
that's exactly what I mean. So in the state of
he's
Tennessee,
15.
no, it doesn't matter. In the state of Tennessee, when you have a diagnosis such as autism, or in his
Okay.
case, even more importantly, the deletion, his chromosomal deletion on the sixth strand,
In
you
danger.
don't have that right anymore. That's taken away from you. You can only age out at 18. So it's just not an option. You would have to get social workers involved and doctors involved and things like that. It's just not when you have autism, that's kind of taken off the table. It's kind of like someone who had other special needs
Like,
and
even
tried.
if are you talking about even at the age of 18?
No, you only age out at 18. 18, he can do what he wants. He's considered an adult unless the court would decide that he's unable to take care of himself, and then the court would take it from there, right? But as far as like him going to the court at 16 and saying, I want to be an adult because of his um, medical issues, the court would more than likely find that he would be unable to take care of himself, get himself to doctor's appointments, blah, blah, blah.
Right, and understand something, folks. I'm glad a couple of you brought this up. This case is only it's not classified through them as a criminal investigation. There was no sign of a crime for them to be able to classify it that way. They may be looking at it in some senses as that, but they're not. How can I say this?
They're not actively.
They're not.
It's an open investigation, not a criminal investigation.
Yes, thank you. So it's definitely not a criminal investigation because there's no crime scene. There was nothing. They didn't come into something that looked like a crime had been committed. So unfortunately, they can't do it that way. And they've been through, like I said,
and they have no evidence.
They've been through the homes multiple times. They've been through vehicles and campers, and witnesses and
family members.
family members again and again and again and again and again, and there's not been anything come out that looks like a crime has been committed. So that, unfortunately, that's why it's not classified as a crime, or I'm sorry, criminal investigation. My apologies.
Aliens are starting to look logical at this point.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that has made any sense about this, guys. Nothing.
Jesus.
Not one
Not
thing.
joking, obviously, guys, before someone clips that and says, truth not feelings is trying to spread that aliens did it. No,
it's obvious that it was a joke.
I have a question. So how didn't you guys say, like, when Riley died in the river, that there was a homeless camp right across the street from the sheriff's office or the jail or whatever it is?
They're down where he was at in Nashville. Yeah, there's a lot of that around there.
Well, doesn't Seth work in Nashville?
Where you're talking about the Justice Center.
Hold on. Let her finish with this. I think I know where she. Go ahead, Terry.
Well, if there is
yes, he does.
Okay, so if he works in the justice or prison area that's right there,
the jail,
and then there's a ton of I don't know
transits.
You know, people that are
transient.
Thank you. So anyway, would that even? I mean, if you think back, do you think that's what Seth meant? He made friends or a friend with somebody in that homeless camp, and that's where he is?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going to be honest about something here. I think Seth is stressed out by any level there could be. And I think a lot of it is brought on by coming out here. And I noticed when he started to go live on different channels, he claimed it right out front. He was watching the chat incessantly through all these channels. Okay. And we all know what we see in chats when we're in channels. There's a lot of things that have been put out that are crazy. And Seth not being what I would call a regular in YouTube is seeing all these things, and it's all going through his mind at one time. You know, again, guys, it's horrific that this man and Katie and Chris as well do not have this child in their life right now. Every bit of that. I have nothing but compassion for that, period. Okay. But I think Seth is allowing and has allowed at least to let all this stuff get into his head, and it's processing. Okay. And it's a lot of stuff. And I think he has said certain things based on what he's seen, based on the fact that his emotions are right out here in front of him, and he doesn't know how to handle all this. This is just my opinion, by the way. Don't, I'm not a doctor. I'm not anything. I'm just expressing my view on that. So I think that a lot of what has been said has to be taken in some senses with a grain of salt in that aspect of it. Okay. And that's just, and again, my opinion based on what anybody can see it as. That's all. So, welcome ERT and Matt Amlo. Good to see you. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry.
Has anybody looked into? I mean, gone in and searched that homeless camp?
I don't even know where there is one in that area.
So here's
the homeless camps that are by the river. The homeless camps that are by the river are a good 25 to 30-minute drive from Hendersonville. So what you have to understand about Nashville is a big city. There are homeless camps all over that entire city. Like, it is not a secret. There are homeless camps in Madison, but Hendersonville is a very high-end part of that area. Hermitage is a very high-end part of that area. Cool Springs is a very high-end part of that area. So the likelihood that Sebastian left his house, walked 20 miles or 20 minutes into Nashville, down by the river, into a homeless camp is just, that's reaching. Like, I'm not being rude, but that's, I don't see that happening.
No.
Respectfully, Mom, I disagree with you. You are right about the density of the homeless population all the way into Madison, for sure, right? But we also know that there's that in-town suites right there on the almost the county line of Sumner County and Davidson County. Okay. When they put that in-town suites in, it caused a large number of semi-transient people to come to that area. Okay. So what started happening, and remember, it came into town about 8 years ago, 7 years ago. Over the last 7 or 8 years, as those people unfortunately would be evicted from that extended stay hotel, they would start migrating up into Sumner County. I do know that they have had some issues up on that farmland back there with homeless folks, right? Now, you're right, it's not going to be as the same density, but the ones that typically head out towards the country are those that aren't really the ones you would expect to necessarily be on drugs. Does that make sense? Because they get so far away from where the quote unquote plug would be. So it's a different type of homeless people as you go further outside of Nashville, especially, well, really outside of Madison, because Madison's rough. So
How
I
far is
understand what you're
Madison
saying.
from Hendersonville?
They run into from Madison into Hendersonville.
Okay.
It's all on one road. So that road that goes to Hendersonville technically starts in downtown Nashville.
And then do you hit Hendersonville? Is Hendersonville south of Madison or north of Madison or east or west?
So you have Nashville, and then from Nashville, you're going to run into Goodlettsville. And then in Goodlettsville butts up against Madison. And then Madison is where you're going to get, if you're going down Gallatin Road, you're going to hit Hendersonville.
Okay.
And then Hendersonville will take you from the Sumner County line, which is Hendersonville. Basically, if you keep going up that road, it starts getting nicer and nicer and nicer as you go up that road.
Up the road.
Well, yeah, the road is, I don't know, maybe.
Thank you, Matt.
40 or 50 miles long. It's long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have US 1, which is Ridgewood.
Yeah.
And it's the other side. But either one of those roads, you can start in downtown Nashville, pick your poison, and go straight up. I mean, hell, you can take US 1 into Kentucky if you choose to. It's a long route and it's not worth it, but you can take it all the way into Kentucky.
If you get on Old Hickory Boulevard, right, you'll end up on the other end of the fucking state. But you won't know it. Old Hickory Boulevard is the longest road in Tennessee, and it used to be the only main road between Memphis and Nashville.
Okay. And the only reason I can follow you is because I've briefly looked at a map and I do know where you're all talking about. So
Gallatin, Kimber.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, it's
Gallatin Road, Dickerson Road. I'm so used to calling it US 1. But yeah,
is Gallatin
Road if you're local.
Is Gallatin Road the road that people would advise me to stay away from?
Not Gallatin, Dickerson.
Dickerson Road, Trinity Lane, those are not good places to be. Like if you're not a local, then I wouldn't advise going anywhere near Trinity. Dickerson Road, the 4-way right there is a good place to disappear.
Okay. Well, it used to really be bad there. I will say that in the last 3 or 4 years, they've started redeveloping Dickerson Road and Trinity Lane, but specifically Trinity Lane they're turning it into the West Nashville shotgun house.
Hold on, Truth. AK, if you want to pop up here, you have to show your actual face for just a second so I can prove it's just your face we're going to see. Other than that, I can't. Like anybody that comes backstage, I have to do that for everybody else's safety. Other than that, I can't allow anybody to come up without showing their face at least once. Back here, I won't show it. I won't show it on the panel, but okay, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. So if you get off at that Trinity Lane exit right there, there used to be that hotel on the corner where Jack in the Box is, right?
Yeah.
And when the city came in, shut that down, and they shut that club down that was next to it and tore both of those buildings down. And that was the beginning of the revitalization of Trinity Lane.
Well, that's a damn good start.
Yeah, they've torn a hell of a lot of it down. Like all of the whorehouses are gone now. And if y'all are from Nashville, you know what I'm
trap
talking
houses.
about. No, they're whorehouses. That's where you could get your stuff there too, but you were trying to die if you went over there. You didn't have a plug. You were that low in your addiction.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Welcome, Andrew or AK, whatever you want to be called. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it.
I'm Andrew, AK. Yes, sir.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You had said something, I think, earlier in the chat about something with the dogs. You had some insight into.
Well, I was just like, when they interviewed the mother, and she mentioned about the dogs, and it was like a really short thing about the dogs. Now, they're two short dogs, right? Small dogs, more or less. I'm not sure what type they are exactly, but I know one thing. I have had dogs and cats my whole entire life. If somebody goes out the front door, the animals know. Some will bark, especially if their dogs and cats don't really bark, but they're aware, you know. And I kind of wondered when they asked her about where she put the dogs down, were the dogs in like inside the house or in the garage?
Inside the house.
I think it was inside.
Inside the house. So
yeah.
So were they pinned up? I think she says pinned up or something like that. They were in a cage, like what I do with my dog when I go away.
Right.
So 2 of them. Now to me, this is my theory, and I'm thinking about it. I mean, they say either he went out the front door or the window. Now, most dogs will bark if there's something abnormally, especially late at night.
Right.
Would say woo or woo was, you know,
make some kind of noise.
You don't hear any of that.
Well, the problem is
saying
the problem is, Andrew, her room is on the complete opposite side of the house of where the dogs are and where Sebastian is. So even if the dog would have barked, honestly, bro, the likelihood of her hearing a dog bark from the other end of the house, especially if you're like used to your dog barking,
and it might be a regular thing, yeah.
Now, if your dog came and was just going wailing, going crazy, maybe that would be different. But you also have to remember he left. This will go to kind of answer your question, I believe. He left without shoes on, apparently, so that would be less of a sound, right? And he's a smaller framed teenager, so I would assume he might walk on his tiptoes to get out quiet. So I'm not so sure that he would even pass the dogs.
Yeah.
Well, and she also stated, Katie also stated a couple times in different interviews, and we're going to be reviewing all that stuff here soon. That he was very good at and liked to be, sneaky and slink around and hide and do things like that. So, if that was the plan, absolutely, I bet he did. Now, here's my thing, and this is why I'm kind of glad you brought this up, Andrew. I have never ever believed until somebody shows me differently that anybody came inside that house and took him out. Okay, because of that is one thing. I would think that if a stranger did come in, they might have started going nuts. Okay. But if there's nobody that came in that home,
because they would be aware of something that they're not normal with.
Right. And because I know my dog, I have 2 little dogs and they're caged,
I know I've seen your little one that runs around the back.
They're always, right. And if anybody new comes in or they even come, they hear a car, they go nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So
they know somebody's here to see me, somebody's here to feed me, somebody's here to hello,
to pet me or whatever. And if they're caged, they will bark and start freaking out because they can't get to that person per se. Okay.
Yep.
So I agree that that's why I feel like nobody came in. But I think if he did this and he went out that front door, or the window, what does it say? If he went out the window, they didn't see or hear anything. If he went out the front door, I don't know where they're positioned at in the house exactly, but they may not have seen or heard that either. And typically they don't, like my dogs don't bark when we leave, only when we come home. They don't even bark. They just jump all over us. But anyway.
But they would bark if they heard something was out of ordinary, meaning like the middle of the night.
Possibly, yeah. And truth saying that Katie being on the other side of the house, that might be just something that they do on a regular, so you wouldn't think twice about it. You know what I mean? But again, we don't know we don't know anything other than what we've heard that was
exactly. We only know that she
that night
pinned them up. That's all we know. She pinned them up and they were together. And that's it. That's all we know. It's where the dogs were. So I just find it really odd because, I mean, of all the dogs I've had, they bark. Even cats, they get up and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" But I'm not that cat would make a noise, but I just find it really odd. Because maybe they were in the garage.
No, they weren't.
They were in the garage.
I don't
No,
believe
they
they were. I
weren't.
think,
They were in the sunroom.
yeah, that's how I was trying to think of the
So
right
the
name.
sunroom is actually like another door into the sunroom. So in other words, they're kind of sheltered in another room and throughout the
Correct.
house. I mean,
Correct.
okay, all right. So they wouldn't hear nothing probably.
Yeah, and there's actually some videos you could probably go look up here on YouTube. I'm not sure who posted it, but a lot of people actually did. That was the interior of the home when the home was on the market. Now, obviously, the furniture is not the same and stuff like that, but it'll give
Okay.
you a better of an idea of the layout of the
Yeah.
house. The master bedrooms to the left when you come in the front, and then the two bedrooms, which would have been Sebastian's and Faith's, are on the right side of the house. Then I think off the
Okay.
back is where the sunroom is.
Well, thank you for saying that because I'm just like, why? I mean, they're small dogs. Small dogs are yippers. They bark, when a little sound. No offense about little dogs, but they're alert.
They're yippers. That's true. Then, and I believe they have. I saw it in the chat. I can never remember what they are.
They're like
but
little Maltese.
yeah, they're little, like kind of like my little dust mop I call here over Alfred over here.
Dust mop.
That's what he looks like to me. But yeah, so I mean, these are good points though, Andrew. I do agree, and it's something good to think about. I don't think that was an issue that night at all. I think it was just it just happened, and I think
I'm
it happened.
just thinking if he went out the window, there would have been a sound.
Well,
like the dogs would have.
Once again, and I'm not trying to shoot your stuff down, bro, but there was no evidence in my understanding of any disturbance of the window or the screen, which is why I think they're more focused on the front door side of it.
Yeah.
I can see if maybe he went out the window and there was some type of like little scratch on.
Does anybody know how heavy that door is? Because I remember my mom and dad's old house. We had one of those old like fire doors, and when you open and shut it, it made a noise. But I'm just.
It's a newer house. I'm going to venture to say it's probably a lot lighter weight than like a fire door would be.
Yeah.
And it there's probably no sound at all for the door opening and shutting. It's probably got the quick seal on the door around it, and it's got a pad or a digital keypad, so it probably just open and close. There's no sound.
You said he might have tiptoed. Do you think
I can almost guarantee if Sebastian went out that front door in a sneakily version, yes. Sebastian, I said.
Yeah.
If he went out that door being sneaky, like absolutely he did. And Katie really did stress on that.
I think he's smarter than people say that he is.
He absolutely is.
Honestly believe that.
And that's again why I want to go back to the beginning on this, because when we first started, like I said at the beginning of this, we all had.
He was in Minecraft. Minecraft is not. It's very hard and complicated. A lot of people don't like playing it.
It's very
interesting. It takes a long time.
Yeah,
to play
I tried playing it and it got on my nerves because I couldn't put it together. But like I said, in the beginning of this, we were basically made to believe that Sebastian Rogers was somewhat of an invalid that couldn't do things on his own, was very behind and everything else.
Smarter than me.
And we don't. It's not that way, and that's why I said going back to the beginning, knowing what we know about him now, could make this a little bit different. Is all I'm saying. So
it might make it easier for see where he went or where he's going from or whatever. But because I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of these channels, I'm not gonna mention them, they downplay them. I have dyslexia. I have ADD, HD. Like people that have all these disabilities are really, really smart and more than you think.
I agree.
And taking advantage of them. Yes, people have. Believe me, I went through my whole junior high beating up the bullies. They were trying to beat me up. I was beating their ass. But anyway,
good for you.
But I mean, like, we are smart. We're all smart in some way or another. And I think he is very smart. And they gave him people say, gave him the benefit of the doubt. And we need to reach that point to see and go backtrack because he is smart.
I agree. I do agree, bud. I appreciate that very much. I do.
Did Katie say she heard the thump when she was in bed, or was it before she went to bed?
Yeah, she was in a room on the phone, right?
She heard a thud and said
she was on the couch.
She was on the couch.
I think she was on the couch.
Her,
yeah.
According to her story, she was on the couch. Now, there is some discrepancy of whether she fell asleep while on the phone or not. But that she heard. So understand, and I have to say this again because people are misconstruing the thud side of things.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, she said noise. In an interview, she was later asked on Fox 17, can you describe the noise? And her description was, it sounded like a thud. So it wasn't that she changed her story. It's that she was asked to describe
She elaborated on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
they said, did you go? And she said no. So
no. And the thing is should she? Maybe in hindsight now, yeah. But you have to also think, how many times have you heard your kids make some noise in a house and you're like, what the hell are y'all doing in there?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Tearing up upstairs? Yeah.
Yeah, like, cut it out, go to bed, whatever it is. You don't go in. And she had made it abundantly clear that at night she did not go into Sebastian's room because he is a 15-year-old.
She get time limit too. She get time too when she said that, right?
No, I don't know.
She said it was that certain time when she heard it.
Right, my point was she said my point was she doesn't go into her son's room at night because he's a 15-year-old boy who's developing and she doesn't want to walk in on anything. That tells me several things. One, he's understanding his body. So anybody who thinks that he's not interested in girls or a relationship, whatever, you're crazy.
It shouldn't really matter, but yeah.
But it does. Because if he happened to go outside to meet a girl or a boy, whatever he was attracted to, then that would be a reason that someone might knock on. Well, it would be a reason why someone might knock on the window to make a sound that then she heard. So it's not. It does matter, and it also shows that he is thinking with his hormones at this point in his life, and that makes you make decisions sometimes that may not be the best for you.
Yes. I've been thinking about that theory that he was lured kind of because how did he disappear so off the map? Like, I don't know if you ever watched 411.
Oh yeah.
David. Yeah. But like there's cases like this and it's like, but there's gotta be some type of lure, like some type of somebody that knows him and he knows them, and then maybe he went out the front door, maybe he went out the window, but he just pretty much disappeared. There's no trace. The dog thing could have been the day before, or it could have been a week, a couple weeks, or maybe just his trail, his footprint, and just leading because he went that direction. I don't know. I just the story is so sad to me because it's just like he's 15 years old, and I hate when, like I was saying earlier, people are oh, he's this, not no, he's smart. But something led him to, and I hope he's found. I really do. I want to be alive. I mean, I pray for that. Yep. I just don't see like how in the hotel he just vanished off the front of the stoop of his house.
Andrew, that it's I could sit here and tell you, cases left and right where just that has happened, brother.
Yeah.
Like, I know for normal and I mean, responsible thinking adults, it's like, how the hell? But there are people out there that do this for a living. There are people out there that have horrible intentions, and
I know. Yeah.
You know, it
And
just
technology
sometimes.
these days is they can get to our children, my nieces, my nephews, all anybody. They
Right,
can
right.
do this shit. Yep. They
Where's the bathroom located?
Huh?
Where's the bathroom in that house located?
I believe it's in the hallway before you get to the 2 bedrooms, but I could very well be mistaken.
Okay,
It's
is
near
it
the
in
kitchen, isn't
one?
it?
There were 2 of them, and I did it. We're gonna
Yeah.
do that again too. I did a whole layout of the inside of the house to show everybody where everything was. We're gonna go back to that as well. But there were 2. There was one by the,
Yes, Scooter.
I think, about by the back of the kitchen area, and then there was another one that was towards the front of the house, I believe.
Well, I'm sure there was one in the master bedroom too, if you think about it. The likelihood is there's one in the master bedroom and one in the hallway where the other
upstairs.
2 rooms are. There's no upstairs.
Well, my theory, or not theory, but I was just thinking, what if he was in the bathroom? He could still hear Katie, and he heard something while he was going to the bathroom. I mean, Seth said he heard, why does mom hate you so much? She heard it on the phone.
No.
And he heard her say that on the phone.
Okay.
So my
On the
question
theory
is,
he ran away.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Terry. What were you
I
saying?
don't know what the conversation consisted of, but what if there was something that was in that conversation that he actually overheard because he was in the bathroom?
Well, listen. I said probably 3 weeks ago about that. I said it didn't have to be in the bathroom. Okay, if she was sitting on the couch, his room is over on that other side.
Oh yeah.
Earshot.
There could have been anything in that conversation that he could have taken a certain type of way, and that could have been what made him want to walk out. At the same time, I've said that for a long time, and it didn't even have to be anything derogatory. It's just something that the way he took it, maybe. Okay, not hearing it. My son himself has heard conversations I've had on the phone, and he'll come to me and say something completely crazy, and I'm like, "That's not what I was talking about. What do you mean?" He goes, "Oh, okay." And again, that could have been a trigger for him. We don't know, and that's why I want to go back and do this and think about and talk about things that from the beginning with knowledge we have now and break it down that way, because I think it'll make a difference to all of us at least. So
we should also know exactly where all the cameras are positioned on the outside.
Yeah, we don't know anything about that.
Wait a second. The outside of what?
Outside of their house, because
they didn't have any at that time.
They didn't have any.
No, not
no
them, but
information.
other ring cameras.
Oh,
in
and around the
area.
neighborhood. Yeah, I know.
That's already so that's been gone through. There are videos of that. I'm sure Dago will show some of those. But if you want to go over to, I think Grant Hughes is his name. He has a really, really, really good map.
Yeah,
out
there's
location.
no video of him. Like only he took the trash out, which I'd never seen. But by the way, supposedly it's there, right? So
law enforcement felt like it looked enough like him to acknowledge that that was the last time he was seen.
Yeah.
So the only person who said he couldn't see who it was Seth.
What does that mean?
What means that it goes hand in hand with Seth says the exact opposite of everything.
Yeah, I feel bad for Seth, the mother, the stepfather. I feel bad for all of them. I'm not here to accuse or anything. Let's just find him, I don't see that they and I'm not gonna say anything either, but I know everybody's leading to this, that, whatever. But I just want to say, I think he's really smart. That child, he's very smart.
Very much, sir. Very much.
Yep.
And I think people are just like downplaying him. Like no, I bet he could do anything. I believe me. I think he can almost do anything if he put his mind to it.
I can agree.
So if he were to leave, he would run away. It's possible. I ran away when I was 13 years old. Yeah, I came back home. but you know,
Absolutely.
life at the time, I hate the word life's, no, I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I mean.
No, absolutely.
But I want, but I came back, but I think, I think in my mind, my theory is somebody misled him.
Mm-hmm.
Agree. I can
Misled him.
agree. That's it. Very possible. Very possible. Andrew or AK, thank you, sir, for joining us tonight. I'm trying to rotate through and just keep so many up here.
That's fine.
But
Peace,
thank you again,
brother.
sir,
Thank
for
you
your
for
input.
letting me up. Thank
Oh,
you for letting me
yes,
up.
absolutely. I appreciate your insight and your input. And I appreciate you supporting the channel and being in here and listening to us as you do. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you, sir.
You too, and everybody else. Peace.
Alrighty. Take care. All
Mom,
right.
is it protocol if they're doing a search, a neighborhood search in the houses, that they also, if they're, because there are, I've heard that there are homeless people or homeless camps close by that area. I'm just
So
curious.
so in all of the searches, in my understanding, there has been, and I could be wrong, but just in my understanding, there has been zero proof of a homeless camp within the area that Sebastian went missing. Now, I'm not sure if that's 100% correct, but I've not actually seen any videos, YouTubes, or actual people saying that they came upon a homeless camp.
I thought Dolly did. I think Dolly, didn't he say when he was walking in the woods, he found one camp? It wasn't a camp, it was like a tent.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you just process what you just said.
Yeah, coming from Dolly, I wouldn't put a lot into that, Terry.
Respectfully, I don't
Well,
know.
You're right.
And one tent is not a camp. You know what I mean? A camp consists of multiple people. I guess it could be a camp, but it's
That
not.
could have just been somebody camping for the night. Who knows? You know what I mean? They went fishing down there and decided to stay for the night, and that was that. Who knows? But I just wouldn't put a lot of.
And Victoria, listen, Victoria, it's not us that's bringing the homeless into this, ma'am. It was Seth that brought the homeless into this when he said he believed that the homeless people had Sebastian and were moving him around and keeping him hidden. Did you forget about that whole thing that Seth came out and said in an interview that threw everybody off? And
That's how it all got brought up to begin with. Victoria, was by what he said. Nobody ever thought of that until he said that. So yeah,
Because he said that he has been homeless before, and he said that the homeless help each
right.
other out, and the homeless take care of the kids.
Exactly. Welcome, Morgan LeFay. Thank you for joining us. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right, JC.
And then all of a sudden we had the Easter Miracle coming up, and then mad fundraising before the Easter Miracle, and then the Easter Miracle didn't happen.
That was actually on the interview he did with Dolly, as we'll go back and see down the road here. But yes, very true. Anybody else want line us slot up here with us? Dandy, I thought you had seen something up there. There's a link in there if you want to join for to make a statement or anything. You're welcome to. We can roll
I think
through
she
it.
wanted the link to the video about the surveillance cameras.
Oh, so it's Gray Hughes. You just have to go over there on
I
his
think I
page
sent
and
it
look
to her.
it up.
Yeah,
if I got
okay.
the right one.
And just to give y'all an understanding, Gray Hughes did that with Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot acknowledged that he was a part of helping make that based on what he was informed of the day that the dogs were there. That's the best way I think I can say it.
Absolutely. And we will be reviewing it. We're going to look at everything and anything I can find from the beginning in little sections. And I'm sure there's going to be others out here doing it as well as we roll through it all, guys. And we're going to break it down as best we can and see if we get anything new or more from what we had on it out of it. Welcome, Bobby. Good to see you tonight, sir.
Just very
I don't
strange.
get is
What's up,
if
Bobby?
he did run away and he's got to eat, am I correct? And he wasn't picked up. There's restaurants. I think somebody said they put, or for somebody to put food out on the back of it, wouldn't he get caught on camera somewhere else?
What does that
Oh,
lead
yeah.
you to believe? What would that if that's common brain? I don't mean this smart ass at all. Please, I know I come across that way sometimes. I apologize.
Are
if it
you
is,
sure?
but yes, I am right now.
I'm scared to hear this.
But if our first gut instinct goes, well, then a camera would catch him. Then that's your brain telling you that theory is not going to work, right? And you're right. By now, he would have gotten so hungry that somebody's camera, dash cam, something would have caught him. So to me, that either means he didn't make it out of the woods. Okay, that would be option number one. Or option number two, he got into a car and wasn't on foot.
Yeah, guys, understand something. Sebastian Rogers, in my opinion, is not in the elements and has not been for almost 4 months now. Otherwise, he would not be with us at all. Okay, that's fact. If he is, then he's in the woods and he's not with us any longer. I hate to say that like that, but there's no way that he survived on his own with nothing. Okay, so which is why a lot of us believe that he's with somebody, or somebody picked him up, and maybe something else happened at that point. But I never believed that he was in the elements by himself ever. So,
and the other problem is by now, guys, we're 100 days in. I don't mean to be rude, and I'm going to trigger warning right now for anybody. So if you need to turn it down for about 30 seconds, I'll give you a second to do that, because I just want to give a trigger warning. Okay. Everybody out that needs to be out, or muted that needs to be muted, please. All right. If Sebastian has passed away at 100 days in, the decomp at this point would be enormous.
Big time.
We would
Big
have already reached and probably passed the smell
Identifying.
the smell of that source. We would be at a point now where if the elements and the animals hadn't done anything, then he would be very minimal. Okay.
Yeah.
As far as skin, tissues, things like that. But there's a time where it would have been very obvious that there was something in that area, unless he was inside of a cave or he was inside of a building.
Agreed.
Right? So in my opinion, on a search grid, I'm going to concentrate on any type of building structure and any type of cave before I concentrate on fields.
Right. And let me clarify something along with what he's saying, guys. And I don't see Miss Barbara in here tonight. I would never want to really say this in front of her, but when we covered her son Timmy's case, Timmy D's, they found him. It was roughly I think it was about the same period of time it's been, roughly. Doodlebug, you could probably clarify that. But, and I still think there was something else with that, but still, when he was found, there was nothing but skeletal remains at that point. Nothing but, okay? At this time, you go through an entire process for decomposition in that point, folks. The smell would have been beyond horrendous, okay? Beyond.
Not
and I'm
so
telling
much,
you,
and not so much now.
no,
it wouldn't be that way now.
Within the first 2 months, probably the first month and a half, I'll say you would not been able to pass that up or walk away from that. You would have had to go find out what the hell that is. Yeah. And breezes blowing will spread that everywhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doodle. So we're around the same time. Okay. So no.
Buzzards.
Nobody complained about that. Nobody smelled anything. Nobody directed the police towards that smell, because that happens, guys. I've been put on those scenes multiple times where somebody's calls 911 and says, "Hey, I smell something horrible, and I'm telling you, it ain't normal. I see buzzards circling above this area. Could you guys go check it out?" Well, guess what happens? The fire department and the police go check it out, and typically it's either an animal or something else. Now, animals and people there's a difference. I'm telling you, there's a difference, a big difference. Okay, depending on things, yes. And I've seen it happen a lot of times. So that didn't happen that we've ever seen. It would have been on the news, I'm going to guess. And so that tells me, which is why I've always believed that he's inside somewhere else with somebody. Okay. I got to believe that. I got to believe that, unless somebody did something nefarious and they completed the situation. I'll put it in those terms, if that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. I think then, but here's the thing with that.
Like Dago, when you say that,
it couldn't have been local.
Hold on, Dago.
if you're assuming that somebody disposed of him completely, right, respectfully, that's the way I'm going to say it,
Yeah.
and that there would be no more ability to track him,
Right.
the likelihood of you being able to do that yourself is almost impossible unless you're willing to build certain things, right?
I agree.
You're still going to have a death smell. And as a matter of fact, with a cadaver dog in the area and wind blowing in any degree,
Right.
you're going to pick up on that. You know what I mean? In my belief. Maybe not, but I think if it's a death situation, it's nowhere around the house. The dogs would have definitely scoped on that. And then you have to understand that 2 different times law enforcement in major groups covered extensive areas, and they did it with dogs and things like that. So none of those dogs ever picked up a human scent.
Right.
So there's so much there that you have to look at that hasn't necessarily come out by law enforcement, but if they'd have picked up a scent, then they would have tracked that scent to something, and that
Right.
hasn't
And
happened.
Doodle, to go back to speak to what you just said, I agree with you, but here's the thing. When Timmy went missing from the beginning, it was wintertime and colder out. So the temperature being lower has a tendency to preserve, per se, with that smell and stuff like that, as the animals are doing what they're doing and so on and so forth. So I'm going to have to venture to say that. But see, that's why I think Timmy's situation is a little different, because it was at the exit and entrance to the judge's property. Coming in and out of that property doesn't make sense to me. That was I still believe Timmy was put there after the fact. That's my opinion, though. I'll just say that. So maybe that was a bad reference. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain to people like decomp and stuff like that. So my apologies.
Yeah. No, you're good. I mean, temperature obviously matters. I mean, if you're talking about a middle of the day in August, or you're talking about the month of August, July, August, then your decomp factor is going to be exponentially quicker, especially on an
Than in
outdoor death.
February.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, February is kind of in the middle because it was sitting around, I believe, 50, 55 degrees.
Well,
and
February in Tennessee and February in Missouri are 2 different Februarys too.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're looking at a decomp rate at, well, without taking environmental into account, by this point, yeah. But my point to it is, on your theory, Dago, you're not going to be able to get temperatures hot enough to obtain what you're wanting to for longer enough amount of time to complete that. So there's going to be something left. And even if it was some type of burning, you're going to have remnants of that fire, or you can't, there's bonage. There's so much that would leave evidence. You know what I mean? Unless you took someone way, way away.
Right.
So,
and like I said, I probably used Timmy was a bad reference because of that situation. I have to say it. And that's what I was saying, Doodle, is February in Missouri is like being in Alaska. Okay. February in Tennessee is like fall here in Ohio. You know what I mean? It's not as bad. Yeah, it's not as bad, but still, decomp is decomp, period. That's just how that works. So, yeah.
Mystery said that the high was 71, the low was 61 per several different Weather Channel sites. Okay, so at 71 degrees, okay, we are, let's see, 96. We're 25-ish. We're 25.
Didn't the low go down to 40 degrees that night, though, Truce?
I thought it got down low. You got it. So you're using the typical body temperature. You're gonna and then you use the outside temperature. There's a formula. Yeah. So, but my point is like, even let's say he passed, let's just say first day, right out there, something happened. All right, let me use a different explanation. People who keep saying water, there's a reason why they're not going into water to check, because he would have come up within about his weight and height. You're looking at maybe 11 days, somewhere around 11 days, 10 to 12 days, no more than 12. He would have surfaced.
Gotcha. Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Just by now, he could have resubmerged if nobody found him in that 3 to 4 day range, but it's not likely.
Right. Yep, exactly, Doodle. That's what I was trying to reference when I said that. there's a bit of a difference for sure. But no, he's right about the water, folks. I've been on a lot of Ruby Doo, a lot of water SAR, and there's a lot of things that play into that. I've been told that, like Cumberland, for instance, is a very rough river. Okay, I'll give it that. Any other bodies of water, though, I mean, there's a lot of retention ponds here and a lot of little ponds and things like that there. But once you go under, if there's a current that pulls you under, that's different. If you're in a what I call a standing water vicinity, okay, you're just gonna be there, and you will sink at some point, but then you'll float. Okay, and I've seen it happen time and time again. So I don't.
Go ahead, Dago.
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead, because you know that you have experience in this stuff too.
So when your gases inside of your body get to a point that the buoyancy of the body is less than the weight of the body and the force of the water, you're going to come up, and most often you're going to come up face down. It's just kind of the way the body works. It kind of rolls you over to your face down. So that's why most people in the water.
You're going to go down on your back and then come up on your stomach.
You can go down on your stomach too. It's just when you come up, your body's weight is going to be arms down, legs down.
Okay.
And by the time you come up, you know, the idea of going in and out of rig is well past. You know what I mean?
Have never. Right. In 17 years, I'll be honest, I've done a lot of water recovery. Okay. I've never, ever pulled a body out of the water that was face up, ever. No, I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's about the weight of the body, and it's about what your body does when you die, right? So you no longer have anything pushing to your extremities. Everything kind of pulls up into middle of the stomach, the leg. I mean, it's not pulls up. It's your weight differential is all pushed to the front of your body, essentially. There's nothing holding anything with muscles or, you know, any of those things. So everything inside is just relaxed. So then the weight of that is naturally going to pull to the area that it pulls to. There's more area in the front of your body to expand than the back.
I agree. D. Smith says, Dago, no one has ever mentioned car/vehicle junkyards. Like instead of the trash trucks, I thought maybe a tow truck. I had asked long ago, but no one had said if there are near or have been checked. I don't know if there's any like salvage yards, junkyards, or whatever you want to call them in that area myself. I've never even thought of that. That to be looked into, you know. But again, I don't know if they would go looking at something like that unless it was just very, very local to that area, without having a reason to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't call that because I don't know. Now,
Dago, do we still don't know what they were looking for in the landfill, do we?
Yes.
I believe that was based on a tip that was given by one of the sanitation workers, if I'm right.
It was, but I think they would have probably done it anyway, Dago. And just to clear that up, I'm pretty sure they did not obtain a warrant for that either because they didn't have to.
Right.
So when they found out that trash went that day, and I also think what's being missed is the construction trash, I think, went that day too. And so when they realized that the trash went, they had to handle it as, could he be in the trash? And even though it's not a criminal investigation, it doesn't mean that you're not going to look at things as possibilities because this is an endangered child that's missing.
Right. So take care, Draw. Thank you for joining us tonight. Sorry to interrupt you. Good night, Draw.
So what they probably did is they went to the landfill with the local law enforcement there. Mind you, federal agencies were involved very, very quickly. So that can one phone call, right? They go up there with local and they say, hey guys, we have this missing kid. Y'all picked up their trash or you picked up the construction, whatever. Can we look through your junkyard or through your trash? And most of the time, companies like that will stop their production lines, which is their processing lines, and they'll let police go in. They don't need a warrant because these places aren't there to argue or fight with the police. If there's a young child there, they want the police to obtain that body, right?
Yeah.
So that's you people are like, oh, they had to go get a warrant. Probably not. Probably they just went and talked to the owner or the manager and said, hey, this is what we need. And they were like, sure, we'll shut everything down. That's a missing child, you know?
Absolutely.
So
But we
the trash that was searched was the construction site that was taken to Kentucky.
There you
Exactly.
go.
The local trash is taken to Gallatin.
yeah.
There you go. So
Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I'm saying, like, do we know what they were looking for?
It's preventative measures is what it
Yeah,
is.
there
It's
wasn't
Okay.
anything in particular.
it's
that
going
was-
down a list and marking off. We did this. We did this. We did this. We did this. You wanna take those measures before it comes to the fact that it's been 2 weeks and you're digging through mounds of
Yeah.
trash that's been
You'd
taken.
rather go through a little than a lot.
Yes.
and you know the
If
likelihood is that stuff
if you
could have been
followed
put-
Quentin Simon's case, think
Yeah.
about how long it was before they searched.
and that was a
That
big
was a
deal.
while, wasn't it?
And
Think
here,
about
understand
how
that
many
too.
people were out
That-
there.
That's a good point, Mom. On Quentin's case, they searched for weeks. Okay. And for Sebastian, they were in there for, I think, 7 hours max?
A day.
Well, that's what I was.
Like,
That's what I was
half a
going
day.
to say. The likelihood is this specific trash sorting facility probably set their dumpsters to the side and hadn't processed them yet by the time police had gotten there. So as
Mhm.
opposed to it being dumped or processed, they were probably still sitting in an area waiting to be processed. That would be my assumption, because in places like that, there's a conveyor belt that separates toxics and non-toxics and things like that. So there's a
Mhm.
process. So if they had already gone through the containers, I don't believe there would have been anything for them to search.
Yeah, I can agree. Real quick here, this was from a summary that they gave from the Weather Channel for the night of the 26th. The low was 33, the high was 52.
Dew
And
point.
dew
What was the
point
dew
was
point?
43%, which is the actual there.
Okay.
And high temp 75 for the day, and low temp the actuals were 75 and 57 for the day.
Can we get
Okay.
a chart of the times? Can you go up and let me see those times?
Right up here's the graph. There's
starting
the
at midnight, please.
day. Right there. It was about 69 degrees. Okay, and then you go to 3
Oh,
p.m.
that's noon. No, go
That's
back
noon,
to midnight.
right.
Go back to midnight.
Right here,
That's
12
what-
a.m.
57.
57, 3 a.m. I'm going to say it was 62. 6 a.m. it was 59. 9 a.m. it was 60. I can't see over my arrow, but then on and so on and so forth. So
Okay.
it wasn't like, okay, by 1:53 p.m. it was 75 degrees.
Let me see the next day.
Okay. 1 second. Boom. So we have midnight. It was around 68, 3 a.m., 66, 6 a.m., 63. I think the high point of the day, it was 4:53 p.m. It was 75 degrees.
Right.
So there
That
you
is
go.
really warm for that time of year.
But it's Tennessee though, so Tennessee is
Yeah.
a southern state. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wonder what the water temperature was that day.
Warm but not abnormal.
Sea level. Let me see. It just gives sea level pressure. It doesn't give the daily observations. Well, I can show you that too if you want to see that. Hold on. Wait a
In
minute.
February, the water's cold.
Nashville, Tennessee weather history. That's the airport station, yes, but
Which
hold
is
on.
actually a pretty good distance away.
Right. So here is, if I can do this, 1 second. Hold on. Where's it at? There it is. All right, that should be good enough. Okay, so this is the daily observation on it that they give. This is from 1:53 a.m. on through the day. Okay, from the 27th, I'm sorry. And it
So
just
the
shows
27th, got you.
That's the 27th, yeah.
So high 60s, got down in the low 60s in the early morning. And then went back up into the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, temperature wise, there would be nothing that would cause, in my opinion, any type of extremes. So those temperatures don't throw a red flag to me.
No, not at all. That's,
You know, so then the other option would be falling or getting stuck somewhere, which leads us into the should have been some type of something by now.
and well, no, not maybe. Okay, and this has bothered me because I followed the Harley Dilly case here in Ohio. I told you about that where he walked away and they thought he ran away and they
He
found
was
him.
stuck in a chimney.
Yeah, and that immediately clicked in my mind and scared the shit out of me. But that's why I asked the homes that were there, how many were abandoned, finished, whatnot, so on and so forth. So the way that happened was he walked across the street to an abandoned home, climbed up the antenna, which is like a ladder, crawled up into the chimney to try to get inside the home and got stuck and wedged, and that was it. So that has freaked me out from the beginning of this case because I don't know what the homes are like in that area, if any are actually built and abandoned or being built and brand new and nobody's moved in yet, and the type of chimneys and stuff that they have. Because in the very beginning, we were told that Sebastian likes small and confined spaces to hide in. I'm like, oh God, not again. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know if that's even been looked into at this point, but that case reminded me so much of this case. So
I still think he got in the car,
I do too.
or he was taken into a house in that neighborhood. One of those two options.
I guess what I'm thinking of, and this is really bad, but it seems like we've heard of more dismemberment, but I have a question about that though.
wait, say that again.
Dismemberment.
What about it?
Too much evidence.
Would dismemberment, would it decrease the smell?
Only if it was placed in different locations.
That's what I'm
Then
thinking.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm thinking.
found. Sorry.
You're creating a very, very, very large and vulnerable crime scene, and nothing about this case shows vulnerability or the
Right.
lack of consideration of crime scene.
Right.
We've found body parts that were left in different places that have a bad smell, but there's not as much of it, so it's not such a big thing. It reminds you of like an animal maybe or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I agree with Doodle on that, going backwards a little bit, which is again why I want to look at the beginning again. She's talking about the woman that had to be removed from this because she was taking people in a completely different direction purposely for whatever reason. At the very beginning of this case, Carrie Foster, I think her name was, and she was bad news from the beginning. And she inserted herself and started taking everybody completely away from this for whatever reason. These people do this shit. I still got to wonder. I agree with Doodle. Like, well, could she have been involved in something? Because nobody has seen or heard from her since that went down at all. You know, it made me wonder. I really did wonder. Because of the way she did this, you know, she came in right away, inserted herself, started acting like she was in charge of this, that, and was running this and all this stuff, and was doing the exact opposite of trying to find him for whatever reason and taking people in a complete opposite direction. And then she disappeared. So I'm curious. I got to say, Doodle's been on that from the beginning. Again, something that we can look into. So, and I mean, I'm sure that Ellie has, you know, definitely, I'm sure they have, but still, it's kind of strange how she did what she did.
Who is this now?
Her name is Carrie Foster. She did, I'll show you guys real quick what I have about it, but 1 second. 1 second here. If I can still find it. Where the hell is that? She was back in the very, very, very beginning. Maybe it's in here. There's one video I showed. You can actually see her riding by on a horse. Let me see. This might have been it too. They're hard to find the right ones at some point too. See if this was it. Hold on.
Breaking news alert.
And we need to start with that breaking news right now. An Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is in the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department area. Caitlin, crews are urgently trying to find him before this colder weather gets into our area. What's the latest on the search tonight?
Absolutely, Mark. And as the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours. They have been searching for Sebastian Rogers, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue.
See, there you go, guys. Like we were talking about how many agencies and who were involved in this.
Within 24 hours.
Yeah, that was within the first 24 hours. So I forgot about Goodlettsville and all these other ones they're talking about being involved in this as well to help with this. So that's interesting to me. Sorry.
Just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks is that Rogers was on medications.
Increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise.
Thank you, Doodle.
I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance video too for any sighting of it. And then as well, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for that tip line number to call in. And as always, we'll continue to bring you live updates from the scene as the afternoon progresses. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Okay, that was when the Amber Alert was issued, and like 24 hours as of there she is. Thank you, Doodle. Okay, hold on, guys. I'll show you. All right, 1 second.
I want to see if I remember this because I didn't start following it.
Well, I covered it very slightly, but not more because there wasn't much to go with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, thanks, Doodle. I knew you probably had this because you've been following this for a minute. So, okay. So this is Carrie Foster, okay? In shocking revelation, it has come to light that Carrie Foster, a convicted felon with a history of reckless behavior, including a 2021 incident in which she was arrested after bringing a loaded handgun into an elementary school, is actively deceiving the search efforts for missing autistic teen Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian, who mysteriously vanished sometime after 9 p.m. on Sunday, February 25th, now faces the grave threat of having his search efforts compromised by Foster's deceitful actions. Okay, do you see why this could be like super important?
Yeah.
And there's some other things in here, guys, like sometime after 9 p.m. A lot of people are claiming, from what I've seen for the past 3 months, he went missing after 12 p.m. Okay. Or 3 a.m. and things like that. Like some of these things we need to see and hear again.
But did you hear in the video that the girl said he was last seen at midnight wearing black whatever?
Yeah, I know. That's why I said
that's so not.
We need to go back and redo all this stuff. Period. That's my opinion. I really believe that, JC, and I agree. That there you go. So
Who's
there's
seen
a
him?
lot of
Who's
what's that?
seen him? If she said he was last seen at midnight, who's seen him?
Well, I'm guessing his mother. That's the last time she saw him around that time is the time that they gave. So, now again, going on with this a little bit more.
Hold on, Dago. No, she didn't. Sorry. She last heard or said anything to him at 10:30, not at midnight.
But the news thing said midnight.
That's what I'm saying. There was miscommunications in there. Is why we need to go back and like look at everything again.
Yeah. You can't always depend on the news, because when Summer went missing, the Knoxville news was showing pictures of a totally different child and had telling Summer's story. So the mainstream tries to do the best. No, I'm not. It's on my channel.
Oh my Lord.
Mainstream tries to do the best that they can, but some of these reporters, and if you're from the area, they're newer and they're just reading off a teleprompter or whatever they've been told right before they're right there, boots on the ground and going live in front of a camera.
Yeah, and they're not going to always get it 100%.
So, and again, that's why I want to do this, guys. There's been so many things changed and flipped and flopped and flipped over, turned different colors and all sorts of stuff. Like, let's go back to the beginning. Look at this from the beginning and go forward piece by piece by piece by piece and see what we come out with at this time. You know what I mean? That's all. So, going forward with this, this Carrie Foster, it says, unbeknownst to the community, Foster has been operating under a false facade, concealing her troubled past and leveraging her position within the search operation to spread lies, misinformation to her group, where she holds an admin status, which consists of over 6,000 members. With cunning confidence, she manipulates the genuine intentions of volunteers, leading them astray with false promises and baseless claims. Under her false claim of insider knowledge, Foster has brazenly directed search efforts beyond the boundaries established by law enforcement and has trespassed on private property via horseback while insinuating that she was carrying firearms. She claims she had authoritative permission to do all of this, which has been proven to be false by authorities. Her delusional obsession with finding Sebastian, remember that phrase, okay? Her delusional obsession with finding Sebastian binds her to the real dangers her action pose to herself and innocent bystanders. It is imperative that the community wakes up to the reality of Foster's deceit. Sebastian's chances of being found, diminish with each passing moment that Foster continues to peddle her lies and manipulate the search efforts. This is not a misunderstanding or misguided intentions. This is a deliberate act of sabotage by a woman driven by her own twisted and assumed mentally ill motivation. A licensed mental health specialist has now confirmed this to all of us. Guys, every bit of that paragraph I just read scares the absolute shit out of me. An obsession to find him for what reason? How do we know that she didn't have him to begin with? Okay.
Can you give the source on that article?
This came from. I can't. Doodle, where did this come from? This was on a couple different platforms. I remember seeing this.
The only reason I'm saying that is this is not Dago's words, just for anybody listening. He's reading.
Oh, no.
Not his opinions.
I did not make this up. And there's her mugshot right there. So she was arrested for this again. And then it just went away, and that was it. And Doodle has never let go of this from the beginning, folks. I've always wondered, I would want to hope that the police like followed up on this like deeply.
Yeah.
But again, guys, thinking about the way this is written, what if?
Did they describe it as a delusional obsession? Is that the word they use? Delusional obsession?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Let me ask you a question, folks. If let's say you took somebody's dog, okay? And you knew you took their dog and you don't want them to know you have it, would you or would you not lead them in a completely opposite direction from you?
Yeah, but somebody felt that. Sometimes people felt that way about Seth. So that's kind of a weird road to go down. Here's my question. Did she get arrested for this?
Not for this one. I think they just kind of like told her, you better stop or you're done. I don't
Was
know. I
she
never did
arrested?
see an arrest record. This was the old arrest record, I believe, here. The mugshot from, that's from July 22nd of 22.
I would be interested to find out what the police report associated with that would be. That's a FOIA type thing, but I think someone should FOIA
Yeah,
that.
I agree. I agree. We should probably look into this because I'm telling you guys, Doodle brought this to me a long time ago, and I've thought about it, and then it went away, and I'm like, well, maybe Ellie dealt with this, but there's no charges. Doodle said she doesn't see. Guys, think about this for a minute. If you wanted to hide something, the best thing to do is insert yourself and take everybody in a different direction. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't, guys. She doesn't work for Broken Spur, does she?
Bro, who?
Broken Spur Ranch. I just wanted to make sure we differentiate between. Someone said she's at the ranch, so I wanted to make sure. I don't want to,
Carrie's full criminal record can be found on the Tennessee Department of Corrections website. I'm looking to see if it does say. Doodle, do you know if she works for that ranch? And guys, excuse me for 1 second. I'll be right back with you.
We pause for station identification.
This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. There you go. You're welcome, everybody.
The more you know.
Mama shark, do 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 do. Papa shark, do 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 do. Papa shark, do 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 do. Papa shark. Mama shark, do 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 do.
Look, this whole thing is strange.
It is.
Just very strange.
But it may be so strange that it's simple.
Some people started singing it, not knowing where it ended.
So we'll continue singing it forever just because.
Doodle said that horse stays somewhere, damn it. I agree. And again, I don't understand why this went quiet. Okay? Because I was leery about this when she showed it to me, and I'm like, well, okay, let's see what happens. And then nothing. So
I mean, maybe that's why. I mean, y'all say nothing, but law enforcement has come out and said the parents have cooperated and there's nothing that basically looks at them, right?
Right.
Well, if they're looking at her, they're not going to come out and tell you we have a suspect and it's not the parents.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I can agree. I definitely can agree. This was the group that she had up at one point. Hold on. And then let me see something here. I don't think this will let me do this without 1 second. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. I hate these things. I can't ever do them right.
What was the name of the church that was real close to them? Wasn't it the Church of Christ?
Old Shackle Island Church of Christ.
Yeah. Nope, it won't let me search. Anyway, it's something we can pull up at at another point, but
no, I don't think so, Doodlebug. I think that might be something that's, in this whole case, it's just felt like they're looking at something. They have a working theory. There's no way they don't. And I only believe that because the case hasn't gone cold yet.
Right.
They haven't come out and say, unfortunately, we haven't found anything, this is kind of where we're at, stalemate, whatever. And it kind of sounds like with this Nick Barris report that they're not prepared to say that yet.
Right. I agree. So that again is something, because that happened at the beginning, something we're going to look into, folks. I'm going to try to look deeply into that. And I'm sure that there's a couple people in here I know for a fact that will. Mom's probably one of them. Molly's another one. And Doodlebug, of course, will just take the name and go as deep as they can. That's what happens when you get names like this. It's always made me wonder. It's always made me. And the only reason why I kind of let it go is because I figured because of that article being put out, that law enforcement knew about this and that they were probably hovering on her to make sure of that. But then we never heard anything from it. So it's like, okay, they got it covered, or did they not really? They just warned her to go away and she did, and they never looked more into it. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But again, it when she showed this to me, I was like, oh, for shit. What the hell? Like, I'm going to insert myself into this case and lead everybody completely away from here where they could find him, where I have him possibly. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but
again,
Doodlebug, are you saying that someone like rode up in the neighborhood on a horse? Like, I'm trying to, you say lured, that's so a horse would
you can say, hey, I have horses. You like horses. You want to come ride a horse, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. You know what I mean?
I'd be right now. If somebody rode up on a horse right out here right now, I'd be gone. I would be going and riding me a horse.
Especially a child like that loves animals.
That out there.
Shit, can you? That'd be there's no. Well, I'm sure they weren't looking for hoof prints when they went looking for what happened, but yeah. Or she is just a crazy heifer on a horse. Who knows? It could be a little bit of both, Doodle. Either way, it's definitely worth looking into a little bit deeper at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that it is. I mean, obviously, that's a question that hasn't really. I think that may be something that if we have the opportunity to talk to Chris again in the near future, I may, or you may, whoever remembers it, ask him about that.
Absolutely, yes, sir. I completely forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me of it, Doodle, because I would have asked him last time we talked to him if I would have, if I'd have thought about it.
Victoria, even if it was a cop, if they came up and was like, you can go ride my horse, I'd be gone. I haven't rode a horse in years.
At this
That's
point,
a great question. Where the heck is a barn? Wait, I said a barn earlier.
What about a barn?
When Nancy Grace was interviewing Chris and Katie, Katie said something about a barn, or I think the dogs went around a barn.
It's the barn that's down the road, and it's a famous barn because of the Medican that they dress. So it's an old family that lives there. They've been there generations and generations and generations, and so
and it scared the hell out of Clue.
It's been there forever, and anybody who's gone out that way, you can't help but see it.
So they're talking in chat about a woman, and it could very possibly be a woman because I'm from the age, and tell my age, but I'm from the age of when you had women that would pretend they worked in hospitals and nap babies out of the nurseries. When my oldest son was born, we used to joke about the fact that he had oh shit, what do you call it? The little bracelet. We call it jewelry, but that's not what it's called. The house arrest bracelet on, because he was born here in Sanford, Florida. So me and him both had little bracelets that looked like house arrest bracelets. So you could not get out of the hospital with my child without him in my hand because they communicate with each other.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Avery.
So it is very possible that he was lured by a woman. It doesn't mean that he was lured by a man. And I've stood by my theory from the beginning that he left on his own. Now, whether or not someone coached him to leave, that is very possible, especially if he had online access, because some of these games are a monster's playground for YouTube purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask.
And it is very possible.
Maybe I don't understand so much the gaming side of things when it comes to like devices and stuff. So maybe y'all can help me a little bit with this. I know the basics, but so when law enforcement got the devices, right? Are they able to go in and pull up chats off of the game?
Yes, anything and everything that's on there. In fact, these Secret Services who was dealing with all the digital stuff, the phones and everything, they go in. You know who they are, obviously.
Yeah,
they can go back. Anything that was ever in part of that system at one time, for whether it's a second or a year, and if it's deleted, dumped, whatever, they can go back and find it, and they will pull it back out of there. So,
cool.
Chat streams. Websites that were looked up, gaming sites, any of that that's in there, they will go find it and pull it out.
Does that include in like encrypted messages as well?
Yeah, oh
on
yeah,
Facebook?
that have people that specialize in that kind of stuff. If there's anything in there like that, they'll find it.
Well, that's what I
Nothing is
mean.
ever deleted. Like
Right.
if you're on a game system or on the internet, nothing is
Right.
ever gone.
Right.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is, does that include encryptive services? Like, like Facebook now has the encrypted message to message. So does that mean that they can pull those if they don't have the encryption code?
Oh
The
yeah,
secret,
that's what I mean. They have people that are they're called something crypt.
Well, I know there's
Oh,
forensic
they
people. I just wonder if I did. So I guess that's basically my question is, the encryption means nothing, right?
To them, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's how
like
they find
a firewall.
Yeah, and that's how they find like child porn sites and stuff like that, because they hide all that behind all that shit, and they will go in and find things from 25 years ago that you have in there if you have it. You know what I mean? So
Right. No, I understand that. I just didn't know if you talked on say he was talking to someone on Facebook or Snapchat or something like that. You know what I mean? Where the messages delete. Are those still left in your phone?
They're not there, but they can go to the. I don't want to. I'm going to say this wrong, but it's like going to the cloud and finding the conversation, and they'll pull that back out and reactivate it. And you can see it again.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that Snapchat used a cloud. That's cool.
I don't know. That's why I said I'm saying it wrong. It's not really a cloud, but it's that's where it goes to. When it disappears, it goes into like a database per se, I guess you could say. And they're like washed through, from my understanding. And then they can go in and find that.
Cool.
Because of however I don't know how they do it. I'm not that good, but that's how it works.
I mean, that's awesome that they can do that.
Just use Snapchat. We'll go back to a case that a lot of people here that are probably in the chat remember, and that's Murdaugh.
Mm-hmm.
So the Snapchat's videos disappear after a point of time.
Exactly.
So when he did what he did, he didn't even know that there was a Snapchat video.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they had a warrant for Snapchat, and the Snapchat technician person, I don't know the proper terms, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so y'all excuse me for my redneck terming, but they subpoenaed that person to come to court and explain exactly how that data is pulled that's gone, using my quotey fingers, because it's not gone. It's never gone. So that's why when
time period or
no, they can go back and get that stuff out.
I think they did
just
that
like
the
too. Hardest the hardest one to get anything out of is Apple.
Oh
they
yeah,
are the ones you got to pull teeth to get Apple to give you their information. I mean, you better get a good damn judge with a good warrant and a good pushing factor to be able to get anything out of Apple. But like Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, which I don't know about TikTok because it's not owned over here, but I'm sure they can still pull from that too if they need to. Well, yeah, because of Maddie's case, they're pulling from TikTok.
Exactly.
So if they need
it, to be a serious case for them to go after that, like this,
Well, like Idaho, they had in Idaho, they had warrants for all the metadata and everything, and they had it in Delphi. They pulled stuff from that, so on and so forth. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they could from like Facebook and stuff like that. I just wasn't familiar with the quote unquote encryption type shit.
I do agree. I do believe, I'm not that person, but I've heard stories and read stories about cases where they do that kind of stuff. So, yeah, there it is right there. That's the one I was thinking of, Misty. Thank you. Josh Duggar. I don't know if you're familiar with the Duggars, but he had a dual firewall. From my understanding, I read up on that before, to hide his porn that he had in there. And there's even, and they have people that know how to do this too, that have found this. There's apps that say nothing about what they are. Like you think you're looking at a
calculator.
The calculator app, and you open that up. I think that was the Watts case. Okay. You go into the calculator app as if it's a calculator, open it up, and there's other stuff inside there. So that's how people are hiding these things. And these people know how to I don't want to call them cryptologists, but there's something else they're called, and that's what they do. That's all they do. Forensic something, I can't remember.
That's crazy.
Some hackers, yeah, hackers are good. I agree. You know, that's how some of these people that work for the FBI and stuff start off as hackers, and they bring them on board when they realize what they can do. Hello, welcome, Salty. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
Not chilling out, listening. What's up?
It sounds like you're pretty chill.
Oh, I am.
Not a whole lot. Just discussing a couple things. I brought up the fact. I don't know how long you were in here, but I just decided, because I haven't been playing any of the drama on here with this case, I won't do it. But I think it'd be a good idea to go back to the beginning of this and like start again and watch it from the beginning and break it down. You know what I mean? And see if there's anything.
Yeah, I've been listening, and so I've been listening. Yeah, but that's what I've always said. You got at some point. Remember these cases, especially at this point, it's always time to turn off the noise. That's what I call it. I turn off the noise. I have to go back and really just look at it again.
Reset.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but that don't mean I'm gonna change like a radical, crazy ass theory based bullshit. You know, I'm gonna have to really look at what's there.
That's
but
right.
I've tried to do that all along with all these cases. I don't, so it is what it is.
Agreed. Deanna Weiler, hello. Why would police say anything when they have a front row seat to? Wait a minute. Hold on. I can see it better up here. Why would police say anything when they have a front row seat to the unraveling and continuous conflicting statements? They will hang themselves. I mean, in some senses, I can agree, but I think it's more along the lines that it would break the integrity of the case. That's why I don't think police say anything. But
conflicting statements made by who?
Probably both sides of people that support Seth and people that support the Proudfoots back and forth.
The people. I'm not. Oh, I thought we was talking about details of the case. I'm not.
No,
I'm
I don't
not
believe
concerned
so.
about the people. Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry. When I think we're talking details, that I got questions because I'm trying to figure out, the details. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, you're fine. Absolutely fine. All data is collected.
It wasn't the parents.
Allowed by the government. There you go. I'm sorry, Terry.
If it was, okay, let's just rule out the other three, right? KP, CP, and Seth.
Yeah.
Then the next question is, I guess, like you had asked earlier, if he was lured out, you think he would have known him or her. So
I can agree.
He didn't get outside very often, according to Katie. So where would he have met him? The only place I can think of is online or school.
Absolutely. There's multiple different options with that as far as I'm concerned.
There's there's ways. I mean, just a casual acquaintance from within the community, maybe, that got over time comfortable, right? Just how it is in your neighborhood, your community. You see the same people over and over. You're, hey, how you, whatever.
Right.
Could have been that. Could have been a lot of things. Could have been somebody online. It could have been Joe Blow from across the street. It could have been wandered off into the woods after a cat got lost and got turned around, and instead of going back in the right direction, went the opposite direction. Could have been a lot of things.
Right.
Taking the parents off the table, as I've done a long time ago. So let's get that out.
Yes. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing when I do this. Yes. By the way, thank you, Leslie. I heard this earlier, but I wasn't sure. Leslie just sent me something I thought was kind of interesting that I have never seen yet. And being as this open discussion, it's not just for Sebastian, but that was the main topic in explaining what I was planning on doing. But this is interesting to me. This was put up 3 hours ago, and I guess I'm gonna have. Could somebody put Plunder's link in here, please? And let me show you before I even put this up here, because I like to do this because it's not done enough.
Is this something by Plunder?
It's from her. She
Yeah,
made
great. That's cool. Is it
yeah.
on Sebastian?
No, it's actually on the Soto case. It's
Oh yeah, okay, great. Because that's cool. I'm
this is
down for
all
that.
body cam video. So I want to say
Mm-hmm.
first off, thank you very much, Plunder. She does great stuff, guys. I really do respect her. If we can put her link in here for one, and two, once this is said and done, I would really appreciate you guys if you have a second to go over and like the videos. And if you haven't subscribed, of course, check her out because she doesn't play around. She's not a joke. She's not a drama. You know what I mean? None of that stuff. She's very serious about what she does, I believe. So
Dago, is this if I'm not mistaken, this is the newly released, was it Mom last night or this morning early?
It was today at lunch. The docket put it out.
Yeah, it was released and she shouted him out actually that he was going to post it, and I think me and Mom were in the chat when he did. And so just kind of setting it up for everybody what this is newly released. There's been a big document drop, and you have to pay for the videos and stuff. So this guy pays for the stuff like that, and he puts it out there. And then he has a good relationship with her, and she does really good work. So this is like new stuff that just came down. And it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, this is probably going to be, this is going to be when the police are talking to Jen and you know who, right afterward, not right afterwards, but later that day. And I'm gonna point out now, so there's no confusion in chat. He's gonna, if you have the audio on, I'm not sure if you do, well, you will have it on, but they're gonna point out eventually that I don't know if she will, but when the docket did it, the time, the date, the time I think it was wrong. Mom, is that what am I accurate with that?
That's what he was saying, is that the date and the time is off, but it's in military time. And then if you think back, that I mean, if you look at the big picture, and a lot of people don't realize this, Orlando is an extremely violent city.
Yeah.
So they even, I know this is going to sound so bad, but even if it's a missing child, they only have a limited amount of officers to send out, because you're in this footage, you're going to hear Orange Blossom Trail. Around here, we call it OBT. That is not a good place to be. That is not a good area to be around. You're going to hear that several times throughout this video, because it is a dangerous city, and there's constantly something going on. There's constantly somebody that is losing their life, or their house is getting broke into, or a car is stolen, or I could just keep going for 30 minutes. So
if you go down for a vacation, you need to stay close to the parks. Stay close as you can, just don't accidentally get off in areas you don't know about, things like that, because it can be rough. And she's right. And I think this is in this footage, pay attention to what Jennifer's saying about what she's wearing, because we all know that she, said she saw her that morning. So it makes you wonder. And Mom and I were both, I was going to go back and review this, Mom, but I haven't had a chance to yet. So I need to I'm glad you're going to play this, Dago. Thank you.
He yeeted himself. Panel takeover.
Yeah. We were going to go back and review this, but I didn't get a chance to yet. So
I haven't either. I got back from the store and saw he was going live.
I was doing there was an update in the Gilgo Beach deal, so I was into that for a minute. So yeah. Anyway, Dago, I'm glad you're doing this, because I was going to review this earlier, but I hadn't got around to it. So thank you for putting it on.
And again, guys, absolutely, please understand that, again, as we covered this case yesterday, anything that comes out with this, I'm going to be showing it right away as soon as I get it. What I want everybody to understand, though, is these are actual live videos of when this went down. Pay attention, as I've always told everybody that follows me, when I watch videos of stuff like this. Watch what I pay attention to is their body language, their facial expressions, what they say, and things like that closely. That's the important thing, especially we know who he is, unfortunately, but especially with her, in my opinion, okay? That's all I'm saying with this. So, again, this footage, as you can see scrolling here, is provided via Plunder. I appreciate everything she does. We put her link up here. after we're said and done today or tonight, please go hit the like over there and like the videos she does. She does hard work, folks. I really appreciate her. So, all right, here we go. And let me know if the audio is okay and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. It's big.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Good.
Alright, so people are still on the scene, let's put that out.
The first thing I'm noticing about this, I have to be honest with you, is her face is just so strange to me. I understand a worried mother, this, that, and everything else. Something is not like this is strange to me. I'm sorry. That's the first thing I'm catching right off guard.
And did you notice what is something that this? I heard it when I first heard this, and then it was pointed out in the stream this morning. What that officer said. Mom, did you hear that about another kid?
Yeah. Are we looking for another one, or do we
looking for another one? I mean, we're we're just like, oh, okay, what?
It's just a regular thing now. Yeah.
What? Yeah, it's so common anymore. It's sad. It's pathetic.
Very much.
To me, it looks like she's reliving or revisiting event. You know, that stare off, that look down, that indirect, that open eye.
That bitch is just lost. She's just a lost soul, and right now she's just talking. And I want to hear. Yeah, she's talking. Let her talk, because I'm really curious as to why she hasn't been arrested yet.
Same here.
Can't figure it out yet, but I have confidence that maybe she will. But I want and when she describes what Maddie was wearing, when they get asked about that, how they both respond to me was like, okay, because we already know that she said that she saw her that morning, so I'm paying attention. Okay.
I need to say something though, and I'm not.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be mean before I hit play on this, and I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say your name, but you'll know who you are when I say this. Anytime we talk about something, you do the exact opposite. You say the exact opposite. You deny anything that's said. Please stop doing that. If you don't like what we're doing are talking about, honestly, I understand you don't want to be in here, but it's not true. There are things that are noticed in here, okay? And people do know how to read body language. I'm one of them, okay? I'm very good at it. And my wife, it's something I learned from my wife, who went through psychology courses. I read all the books and everything on different things on it. So I'm not a professional, but I do know how to read it. So people on social media can do stuff like that, just so you know.
Here's the thing right now. We're speculating and we're theorizing about something because we've been reviewing these two for a long time, but we haven't went after this lady in a devilish kind of way.
Right.
We've given her grace. We've really tried. We've talked about it. We've evaluated it. We're doing that right now again because this is new, and we're not. We all have our theories right now with this case, and we're not being ugly. So I'm sorry, but this is true crime, and there will be topics and things discussed that will bother some people, and we're sorry. But if we're being respectful while we're doing it and evaluating a situation to really get a feel for something that we know is being investigated, this is not like, why aren't they looking at her? We know they're investigating her. We have the documents to prove it. So we're not talking about anything that can't be backed up right now. So if it doesn't, sit right with you, then we apologize, but you can step away if you need to. And I'm sorry, Dago, but that's just the way I feel because we're being respectful right now.
I have always
we're
been.
Not.
I've watched this happen multiple times, again and again and again and again. I know. Listen. Part of my EMS training was to know how to read people too, in situations I walk into. I learned it there. I learned it from my wife, basically going to school with her during her psychology classes. All of these things, guys. I'm not bullshitting. I know what I'm doing. And you don't have to be a super huge professional to get it. So please,
just a disclaimer. I personally do not claim to be an expert or have any kind of authority in anything.
Not either.
All my opinion and speculation.
Right.
Purely.
We can definitely tell. And honestly, God, not to be ridiculous, but you don't have to have a lot of training to read certain things on people.
Yeah, let's get back to watching Jen here for a minute and let her describe what's going down.
Thank you, but I'm sorry, I just had to say something about that.
All right. So did I. I'm gonna hush now.
Possible location, how long?
13.
I'm trying to get there right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here because sometimes she'll walk here to this office.
Mm-hmm.
I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay. What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline. Last name?
Soto. SOTO.
SOTO?
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2011.
February 27th, 2000?
22nd.
Oh, sorry. 22nd,
2011.
2011.
So 13th birthday.
13.
1418 Charlie Worldwide. What's the name of the signal aid?
Madeline Soto, age 13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
26 County Charlie Worldwide. People hit my call 931 the same call.
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts.
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay. Black shorts. All right. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where they live. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay. Is this like, does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically,
no.
Not typically.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we finally got this body cam video footage. We've got more of Jennifer Soto and Stefan Soto, and there's a lot of people in the background. There's a lot going on in this body cam video footage. It is the night that Madeline Soto was reported missing. So first off, thanks to the docket. Once again, you guys may have seen me. I was all over Facebook in the groups trying to post the link. He just went live with it. He's done now. If you want to go watch it over there, some people prefer to watch things live with all the commentary and all the live chat. I like to watch it too, even though I never go live. Check out the link below, watch it there. But some people I noticed to comment, where can I watch this without any commentary? I just uploaded all 8 videos that he received from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and he sent them to me, thank God, because the Sheriff's Office had not sent them to me yet.
God bless him.
All straight through, no commentary. I have the link below to my Patreon, so go on over there. So whether you like watching it live, watch it on the docket.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, I said bless him for getting she uploaded all of it, the 8. Yeah.
Absolutely. She works very hard. That's why I have her.
There's a segment that I'm not sure if it's in this one or if it's later on, but it's like there's a whole area of redacted video or something, but there's also an area where you just hear 2 officers talking, and it sounds like they're reviewing a video footage.
Right.
And I was driving, so I was listening, but I'm wondering if it was the church video. Because I always wonder, where do these 2 get the church video? Where'd they get that from? Who told them there was a vehicle, a girl, and a whatever? As they're reviewing that, I wonder if they. I don't know. I'm glad it's out there.
A good question too. Agreed. Yeah. Thank you, Doodle.
Watch their community, watch it on Patreon if you just want to see it all the way straight, everything they gave us. Or if you prefer to watch it here, I'm going to try and play all of them just next, coming up. But YouTube prefers if we do commentary. So that's why I do this. And plus, some of you guys want the video on demand commentary. It's not live, but let's talk about this. I want to see if you guys notice some of the same things I'm noticing. Now, first, as a caveat, these are just the videos from Maddie's missing persons case. Now, Maddie was reported missing, we know that, Monday, and I have the times here. I had to look back through. Madeline Soto was reported missing, not even by Jen. It sounds like the people around her reported her missing. Maybe Maddie's grandma made a call, maybe Maddie's aunt. I can't tell who that was on the other call. You can listen to those 911 calls in the playlist of this whole case. Maddie was reported missing at 4:43 p.m. on Monday, February 26th. So that was a Monday. Supposedly she went off to school. That's what I noticed about Jen Soto. Did you notice it's almost like she's rehearsing? I don't know if it's a fake story or if it's a true story, if Jen believed it was true, or is she in on it? She starts off when the officer walks in, Deputy Joseph, he responded February 26th. The report says he responded at 7:48 p.m. So it did take about 3 hours. That's why they were so upset it took so long. The incident report says he responded at 7:48 p.m. You can see on his phone, thankfully, the people over at the docket, the docketeers, as he calls them, they noticed the time on the deputy's phone was 19:42. So it was actually 7:42 when he responded. He walked into, it looks like, Maddie's grandma's insurance office. Like Jen said, oh, we went over there. I don't know if they drove or walked there because they were thinking, oh, maybe Maddie walked here after school instead of whatever her normal routine would be. But if you notice, Jen says, hey there, when the deputy arrives, she's on the phone and she's telling them, oh, the police are here. And so she goes, hey there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Kind of chipper, not too chipper, but people are like, wait, she's not crying. She's doing her rocking thing, you'll see. The way she says, so my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school. That whole thing is reminiscent of the same interviews. You know, I dropped her off at school, close to school. This time she's saying, you know, I dropped her off about a half a block away.
She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
So she's embarrassed by his car. She says it like her accent kicks in there. She's blaming Maddie for being embarrassed by Stefan's car. And he's, you know, back there just standing there too. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off half a block away. Both of them, Stefan and Jen, I don't know, it'll be really fascinating to see what all the body language experts make of this video. Now, there's a bunch of videos. I tried to put them in order. The way I received them, I was trying to do it by time, but I don't know, since the time is all off. You will see a lot of videos of a police dog. The cops are talking, and it's funny to me because this police dog keeps trying to poop, and she's just trying to like tell him, go ahead already. But you can listen to the cops' conversation, and you can see it's a little lackadaisical. It's a little laid back because, of course, they don't know that Stefan has taken Maddie somewhere and unfortunately buried her or laid her off in the woods somewhere and she's not alive. You can hear at one point the female officer says to the other guy, yeah, she's probably like, you know, one of those cases where she went over someone else's house and didn't tell her parents or what have you. And I'm sure they get a lot of those cases. And so that's why they were kind of laid back. So I don't know what time this dog is actually searching. And towards the end, you will see Stefan searching with the cops. They go out to that Peace Church and he's lying, talking about where he dropped her off there. But yeah, these are 8 videos from that Monday night. See, I'm not sure. I thought they flowed from Monday night, the 26th, into the 27th because I was looking at the body cam video time and there's times like 3:30 a.m. and maybe it's in GMT time, so maybe you have to subtract 6 hours. I don't know. It was throwing us
Thank you,
off.
Doodle
But
Bug.
the most interesting video, I'm sure, is when they enter Jennifer's condo at the end.
Yeah. 3-4 Echo, Mike Echo.
Hey, man. Just want to verify the clothing.
Oh, okay.
But it's almost all redacted. Can you imagine the person who paid $830 for these videos? Maybe there's some kind of law in Florida where you can't show the inside of a person's home, but I was hoping at least they would let us hear the audio. That video would have been 45 minutes long. All we get is the officer walking up to the condo, knocking, Jen answers, their dog barks, and I don't know if that's Sailor or Coda, their dog's names. You know, we could hear them on that dog automatic feeding machine calling their names. That would have been very enlightening. Eventually, maybe when this goes to Stefan's trial, if Jennifer ever has a trial, if she's ever implicated or arrested in anything, maybe we will get to see that video then, because it's probably very enlightening. Now, one thing I'm probably going to try to do with this video, since I think a couple of minors, I'm trying to pick out who might be a minor. I think I'm going to try as best I can to, I don't know, put a watermark over their face or block their face somehow. So if you prefer to watch it here with my commentary, video on demand, not live, watch it here. But the whole thing I just put up on Patreon, since it's, you know, fewer people over there. Thank God for all you guys who help.
Okay, what we're gonna do, guys, nothing against Plunder, but it's getting late and all that. So we're gonna break this down. Mom is gonna send me the full video with the full context in it without it being all broken up like that, so we can just watch it straight through. I think that would be easier for us to follow anyway, and then we can, you know, commentate on it ourselves. I'm sorry. So thank you, Mom. I'm gonna pull this down real quick, and then we're gonna go from there with it. It'd be easier to understand. I think nothing against Plunder. I really respect what she does. So,
Dago, I'm going to drop down, but I'll still be in chat.
okay, hon. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I hope you have a
Yep.
great night. Thank you for supporting.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to jump down. I can't stay awake.
What's that, Terry?
I said I'm going to jump down too. I can't stay
Okay.
awake.
It's okay.
So-
Thank you for joining us. I always appreciate you as well, and I hope you have a great
And I'm
night.
sorry. Didn't say a lot, but I'm doing research here. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
All right. All right. Here we go. This is better. Thanks, Mom. Again. All right. Let's go. Make sure the volume is up.
There's time 0034 is.
Excuse me.
Is that 12:34 a.m.?
This is what Eric from the docket that put this out. So thank you, Eric, again. And there's a link, guys.
And I can't remember what time.
All right, here we go.
3406, to check.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Do they speak English?
Yes, I do. This is Mom.
This is Mom? Okay.
Hey there.
Hi there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry. One second. Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
All right, so people are still on the scene. Let's put that out in possible locations. How long?
I'm trying to get there right now. Okay. So she was supposed to be dropped off at school. Didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. Came here, nothing. I went back to the school. They were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay. What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madelini. Last name?
Soto. SOTO.
SOTO.
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2011.
February 27, 2000.
22nd.
Oh, sorry, 22nd,
2011.
2011.
Just had a 13th birthday.
13.
1418 Charlie Worldwide. What's the name of the single age?
Madeline Soto, age 13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
26 County Charlie Worldwide. People hit my call 931. The same call.
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts.
Yeah.
Black shorts. Okay. Black shorts. All right. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where she lives. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay. Is this like? Did she like have any places?
For those of you that aren't familiar, this is Jen Soto's mother right here in the background. I don't know who this is. I think somebody that works here, but this is her. This is her office they're standing in, which I have a curious conversation to have about that after the fact. But anyway, just so you guys know, moving forward.
Is like you guys know that she usually be at any friend's house, any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically, no.
Not typically. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I get some.
Thank you.
No problem. And what school she goes to?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Hunters Creek Middle. All right, cool. Not too far.
And please take notice of the time. Okay. It is February 27, 2024. And it says 37:59. It's all military time, guys. So this is in the evening. Okay. Like they said, 7 something. She went to pick her up at school at 4 something. Okay. That's almost 4 hours that has passed since then. So just saying.
Do you guys have?
Hey, there you go.
Do you have a picture?
You know what was interesting?
What's that?
I don't know if y'all noticed it. I'm sure everybody was watching the two of them. But if you at some point, you don't have to do it now, but whenever you go to watch it again, watch the woman in the office window.
I
and
saw her.
watch how she looks like she's trying to like hint at something.
Yeah, I saw.
She caught my attention really hard.
I think a few people noticed her. I saw her too. So yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Most of these people in the office are, some of them may not even speak English. So that's why.
Yeah, but it's this lady right here on the phone in the window in between them two. I know y'all can't see what I'm pointing at, but there you go. Yeah, that one. If you watch, she is trying to get that cop's attention, in my opinion, or somebody's, because she keeps staring and like, I don't know. It just seemed odd. Maybe it's nothing.
Could be. You never know.
Yeah, I know. Let me see which picture. I don't know which picture.
The cops were onto this guy so fast it wasn't even funny.
All right. Exactly.
What is she looking for? Oh, a
A
picture.
picture of Maddie.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have to scroll that far. My kids' pictures are right on top, right there in the front.
Yeah.
Right. Got their own little albums and shit. Didn't she just have a birthday that day, or when she went?
Right.
In the background, somebody says her birthday, and she goes, "Right, I have to look for it because remember, I wasn't there."
Oh, that is she actually? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, Mom.
Okay, let me. This is the 27th, not the 26th. So sorry about that. She went missing on the 26th. That would explain everything. My apologies.
Wait a minute. Is this a day after she went missing?
No. Remember, we said there was a discrepancy in the time thing, and they're just.
Yeah. That's right. I'm sorry, guys.
He's just starting to figure that out.
Right.
And so I think they finally did figure out, and Plunder kind of explained that when she was talking about it earlier.
I'm sorry, guys. My mind. I'm just getting a little tired. That's all.
Apologies.
I got you. Okay, where's the photo? Right there.
It's on WhatsApp.
That's fine.
Welcome, Sarah.
I saved it on my photos, so you could.
You saved it to your photos?
Yeah, because
Perfect.
she's definitely not comfortable with that officer holding her phone.
Look at the idiot in the background, the way he's standing there.
Perfect. Give me a second. I'm gonna send it out right now to my other guys.
Thank you very much.
This was at her mother. It's Jen's mother's
So that's the
insurance
end of
company.
that clip. And I will tell you that the clips with her and him in them are short. So don't expect, huge, long clips of them.
That's what I'm about to see. I'm about to go check. I just try to get as much information now of her clothing descriptions than Diaz. Diaz has a hit in like a big area full of kids. So if you want to help me out with this one, my signal is expert.
Looks like this is just a different angle. Well, no, it's a different time. It's a few minutes later, so.
By any chance, does she have a phone number or a phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch? No.
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
A school laptop? Is that trackable?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It should be. It should be.
If the Wi-Fi is turned on, it'll try to connect to any Wi-Fi. So if I like circle here, it connects to any
Well, does she know have a history of running away or anything? She was hanging out and
possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
She's in this thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called
She
school.
was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got to walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning. Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she had went to school, maybe that's what it was.
So I got confirmation from the school that she never made it. They sent me an email saying she didn't make it. But I also spoke to her or emailed one of her teachers directly, and he looked at all her attendance for all her periods and told me she'd make it at all today.
Okay.
Say it again? No, she's supposed to have a book bag. She was supposed to go to school, but didn't go to school today. Oh, okay. All right.
Battery FGOA 212319 Turtleback Loop. Third party in for Saturday.
Okay.
Complaint.
All right.
Children by two juvenile males. Requested temple
Say it again?
only into code 21945.
I'm trying to figure out secondary spots, but so far negative on anything. Yeah, you could be 51 to me. All right, cool. Very cool. All right, cool.
Attention sector 4 units prepared a copy of local OPD at quarantine.
Yeah, it said negative on that hit at the park. So.
Reference A 21 to a vehicle. Pursuing local reference A 21 to a vehicle.
I think
Going
black
to be
shorts.
An unknown male, gray hoodie, black pants, black ski
White
mask,
Crocs with socks.
No further information. 1064, 1946.
And when was the last time you?
So obviously, we now hear mom didn't have a clue what the hell she was wearing, but this creep over here knew where down to the socks that she had on. Okay, which is really damn sad. So
Well, he said she had on in earlier, or he originally said black pants or
green hoodie.
blue, black or blue pants,
Yeah.
and she said black shorts.
Yep.
And then she turns to look at him or something like that, and then
Mhm.
that's the second time she's mentioned black shorts.
Yep.
So I'm interested to know what she was wearing when they found her, and she's convinced now that that's what this little girl had on. So she saw her, and she already said she saw her that morning. So I'm focused on that. But she hasn't changed her story yet because I'm listening
Right.
for Jennifer to change her story.
Yes.
Because I
agree.
know Jennifer's story. So this is yeah.
I agree. And
So-
here's the thing, folks. We're almost 4 hours after she goes to get her from school. And it has to go. She goes to her mother's insurance office. And then my understanding is that her mother forced her, based on the interview, to call police. She hadn't done it. Didn't seem like she was going to do it. Again, like the grandmother's like, why the hell haven't you called the police yet? Okay. So all these things are wrong, in my opinion. So moving on.
And
Did you notice?
Go ahead, True.
Did you notice when he said she was rifling through her bag? He didn't act that out. What he acted out was a stumble forward. If you go back and watch what he
Mhm.
does, when
Yeah,
he says
I saw that.
he acts out a stumble forward, which is an unconscious reenactment of the last time. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some body language to that right there.
Agreed. There's a lot of body language going on here, folks, in my opinion. And he's definitely distanced himself a couple times from this situation right here, going over talking to the other guy, so on and so forth.
Look, this guy wants us to feel bad for him because the first time around we had to hear about the horse poop he fell in growing up when he was forced to farm. And then we had to hear about those same parents, the old deaf parents with the damn poodles. Poor Stefan.
Oh yeah.
Fuck
And
that motherfucker. Yeah. I ain't got no paranoia. Weirdo. I'll
This
say
guy-
it. I'll
this
say
guy-
it.
did that in the car. I'm cold. Can we turn the heat on? Quinn? No, not no, but hell no. This guy's a whiny little bitch. Excuse my language, folks, but he is.
So
Moving
in the
forward.
leaked Instagram photo that the sheriff so graciously put out on Instagram for everybody to see Maddie when she was found, I do not have the photos. So just to
Okay.
put that out there as a
I don't want
disclaimer,
them.
I do not have it. It was offered to be sent to me, and I said, no, hell no, don't send that to me.
We
But
don't do
the
that.
person did tell me that what she was found in was what she was reported missing in: the white Crocs, the black shorts, and the green hoodie.
Okay. Good to
Thank
know.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mom. Moving on.
Yep.
So Jennifer is fully aware of what that child was wearing that morning, unless she saw her, unless they got a little story together, and he slipped up and said pants. She's like, no, shorts. You know what I'm saying?
We had
if
almost 4 hours, Sophie, to get this together. Remember that. So
yeah,
or the whole day, actually. The whole day.
the whole day because
And I went back and checked, folks. The school would have called Jen at 11 o'clock that morning to report Maddie not being there. I looked into that purposely. So I'm curious to know if that phone call is in her phone right there. I got to know that because she didn't find out.
Well,
according
she
to
said
her.
she got an email when she's talking about it, and she said that they had sent an email saying Maddie hadn't come to school, but when she had, I don't know if she got, I have to listen, but I don't know if she noticed that email before she went to school to pick her up, or once she got there and realized Maddie wasn't there, and she went to go look at her phone and found the email and saw she hadn't been to school all day. I don't really know how that went down, but she does say she did receive an email from the school. But then once they start looking for her, I think it's during this footage here, she gets a phone call from the principal. The school's checking on Maddie. You know what I mean? They're concerned. So
Absolutely.
Around 3840 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1".
Weight?
110 pounds.
So 110, 112.
Hair color,
Blonde.
Blonde, like a dirty blonde.
like a dirty blonde.
Yeah.
Okay. Eye color.
Blue.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything
There's
like that?
a distinctive beauty mark on her face
On her
here.
face.
On the face, like below the nose or near the nose.
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it.
How did he know her socks, but not whether she had shorts or pants on?
He knew well what she had on. I think it's just him being the dirtbag monster that he is. He's well aware
He
of what she
plays
had
the pity party. He plays the pity party role quite well.
And the schools have fixed it now.
What the hell was so funny?
The
What was
schools
so
have
funny?
fixed it now where they let the parents know in the morning that your child did not come to school
Yeah.
because Maddie went missing. They did not let you know until after school that your child did not come to school.
Any other scars?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
I put the top part out. I didn't get the rest of that stuff yet. So I put it out.
Updated 14. White female.
Can I just see that phone?
Black shorts, white pocket socks, approximately 5'1" blonde, dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, has a beauty mark under the nose.
I'm getting a random 407 number. Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you? No, police officer's here right now.
Yep, start getting the
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find her
paperwork. Does she have any social media or anything like that?
She has an Instagram.
Right here.
Private.
It is private.
Just family,
Thank you
cousins,
so much. I
friends.
definitely appreciate it.
Right here.
That's her profile?
Yeah.
Little figure.
She also has a YouTube page.
Okay. Any Snapchat or?
No. She plays games.
No, that's the
She
daughter.
plays games. She plays like Minecraft.
So that's it for that clip. Since then, still a hell of a long time.
By any chance, does she have a phone number or phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about did she
Rewind when he first gets.
ever showed up? So they called.
Oh, well, damn. Bam. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty obvious. So you can't miss that. Can't. Like I said, I haven't watched them all. I just skimmed them. So thank you. Great catch. Thank you, guys. So now we're looking for something after that.
So you shouldn't be
pulling.
front, pulling so hard. With like the push against the bush. Another caller. It's gonna totally cut you
Yep.
off. That location and then
This is a clip of the dog.
Negative. They both say 061. They're both anonymous.
Hello and welcome to everybody. Thank you for stopping in on the docket to check this footage out. Please subscribe, like.
No, I knew you were going to do that. When you can tell that the leash isn't always
He gonna run.
anymore.
Yeah.
You can feel it. Nope. Nope. Fede. Oh, the boy, Fede. Like automatically trying to go to that switch. That's good, right? Come on.
I'm not sure how much ends want to sit and watch this. It is one of the longer clips, but what you see is basically what you get.
I'm gonna try my ice cream. Did you try yours yet?
Say again, Salty.
Never mind.
Okay. I can go forward through this, guys. This is the dog searching in an area where it's not going to pick anything up. It's up to you
Now,
guys.
this is the church.
That church, guys. It's not going to pick anything up because she was never here. So.
I'm not sure when I'll learn my lesson to quit taking stuff for face value. I just assumed that, all body cam footage time is always correct, and knowing full well that rarely is it. It's always wrong.
See the church in the background? Remember how we were watching the live or the videos that you shared of mine yesterday? That's the church.
Right. Up here to the right corner, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure when I'll learn my lesson to quit taking stuff for face value. I just assumed that, all body cam footage time is always correct, and knowing full well that rarely is it. It's always wrong.
There's the church right there, folks. See it? Right there.
Yep.
There you go.
Now, this is the church where Stefan and Jennifer both claim Maddie was dropped off at.
Yep.
And
This is
then
right
walked
by the
over.
school.
Yeah, and then she walked from here to the school. And at the time, remember, it was daylight morning on the way, but that never happened. So just yeah.
And that's why the dog is not picking up a scent here, guys, because she was never there. So.
Grandma's business. So. Not pick up on her. Yeah. Yeah.
Now this next clip is at the church, and it's interesting. It's interesting.
Just walk up and leave. Alrighty, thank you guys. I got that on my video, so I'll get that to the detectives. Again, thank you. I'm just gonna put the school, the church as the place that she was last seen. Detectives might be out here, come talk to you guys. You might see a private number or like Orange County number. So that's probably one of them trying to contact you guys through the business line. All right. All right. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. See you again. I hope I see you guys, but on better circumstances. Hey. So
Now this is her cousin, I think. You guys correct me if I'm wrong.
it's possible that she came here and sat in the parking lot for a while. It's blurry video, but it looks like a adolescent child sitting right there, and she's sitting. The people here said that they were adamant they seen her on the property.
I believe that is Stephanie, Jennifer's sister. Actually, you guys, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's who that is.
Yeah, it's aunt. It's not a cousin. That's the aunt.
Right, it's Maddie's aunt.
But like I said, it's a blurry video, and I don't see her getting into anybody's car in the video. I see her sitting on property for give or take 10 minutes and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there. Around, like, I'll say,
Is there any way I can see something?
it's really blurry. It's like there's no possible way. You can ask them to see if they could allow you to see the video. I can't really grant that for you. And just have them see if they have them.
So what do you all think about that? So according to this cop, they actually have footage of her sitting, or a kid sitting there. But the picture is so bad, they're just not confident on who it is.
I always believed that, and that's why Jennifer and Stefan believed that
And I don't see
Maddie was seen at that church. Remember, they kept saying it even on the interview with the news.
10
Right.
minutes and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there. Around, like, I'll say,
Is there any way I can see?
I believe that's why he was so confident, because that gave him an out immediately to play with his narrative, and it horrible.
Oh yeah, cops didn't clarify either. You know, you know what I'm saying? They just let him.
Right. I
Mhm.
agree. Yes, ma'am.
it's really blurry. It's like there's no possible way. You can ask them to see if they could allow you to see the video. I can't really grant that for you. And just have them see if
Yeah, Jen's sister. I'm sorry, not her.
they have them. But yeah, I had her sitting there, and then she walked right off the property. I'm trying to. I'm gonna send that to my detectives, see what they can do with that, and get more video.
Cameras like that show the bridge or anything?
No. Yeah. So, yeah, I told your cousins earlier that over there in the other property have cameras. So,
Yeah, I said cousin and I meant sister. And it's because I did watch about 3/4 of this video, and I still had cousin stuck in my head. So
New one. I know her name is Emily. We also did
yeah.
investigation. That's the only two people I've ever met. She's
Definitely, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea. We checked her phone. I didn't see any like
Crazy stuff. Like,
crazy
yeah,
messages with
me neither.
anyone.
Yeah.
I didn't see her trying to like plan anything with anyone. And I just really don't think she's the type to do that.
Just walk up and leave.
Yeah, I don't see her doing that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, like, around this time, it's usually like, they have like school events or something like that. So that's what I'd probably say. She probably told you guys something, and
I don't know. The school, she never showed up to school today.
yeah,
At all. I don't know what she could have gone from here to there.
yeah.
I don't know.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna try to see if I could see if there's any more cameras in the area. See if I can pick up anything else. Yeah. Once we get any news or anything like that, the detective more than likely contact her, or I would contact her and say, hey, that's if we find her tonight, I will contact her more than likely. If not, a detective will contact her first thing. Okay. Any questions for me? Anything you need to know? No. All right. No problem. All right. You too.
Okay, so I need to remove a couple of these files. You can only put so many of them up. And I do believe these last two are just completely redacted.
Yeah, he left and she walked onto property.
Now, this is an interesting conversation. I don't know who or what it is they have redacted. Obviously, I think it's a who. It might be. Hang on a minute.
I guess she left. So she's still sitting there.
What they were saying, right? She left her phone on to me. It's like that feels intentional. Like I don't want to be tracked.
What I believe they're doing is looking at the video cameras right here, folks, and that's why they're not showing you.
I don't know who Fauci is.
What time is it right now there? 8:55 already?
Yeah, just about. No. Is it 8:55? Yeah, just about 8:55.
So when does school start? Like 9:20?
Yeah, like usually Olivia leaves here at around 9. She walks 9:05, 9:10. They have to be there before 9:30. That's when the first bell rings. Yeah.
Oh, it's 8:51 actually. So we still.
You want to try bumping it up like 10 minutes to see if she's still there? Yeah.
I agree with you, Mom.
Already requested them, Marlena. We're just waiting on them, but thank you.
Just stay there. Oh, wait.
There is a
Wait,
person.
a person getting out of the car.
I can't tell who that is. Is that grandma talking? I can't tell who that is. And I don't know why they would redact them, yet not redact all them other people that was inside that insurance/tax office. And is frustrating. Yeah, because they redacted it, Crystal. They redacted whoever that is talking.
Out from kid.
Again, in that car.
Whatever it is they're looking at, the footage that they're looking at, they're talking about Maddie getting in a car.
They're talking about somebody getting in a car.
They're probably talking to a church employee or something. Someone not related to the family, you know what I mean? And it's probably why the image is redacted. That's my thought.
I
Could be
agree.
wrong. Could be wrong, but
You know who I keep thinking of? Is Jenny Dawsoner.
What happened?
She basically ran away before.
Yes, I remember.
We already have his. We don't have the audio calls. We have his call summary report.
I'm gonna try bumping it up like 10 minutes to see if.
Jago, I have to go to bed, honey. I have to work in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for hanging out. I know I went late tonight, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you're
But
fine.
thanks, Mom, for coming up. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night, y'all. Good night, chat. Good night, Salty. Good night, Truth. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Yeah, it won't be long before I have to go to bed.
Once I get through this, I'll be shutting down too. It's late.
Well, I was going to say, Dago, if you, because there's still more of this to go through and, and whatever to work through. If you want to pause it and you could pick it back up tomorrow or later, whatever you go live again or whatever you want to do. Yeah, because I don't remember how much more of it's actually left from this morning's review.
Right.
So that I haven't reviewed yet. I can't remember.
There's looks like there's more of the lobby, some more of this, that, and everything else. So we could do that because it's 2:00 in the morning, guys. I know most of you guys are probably burnt. Some of you guys could stay up all night. I know that much. I don't know how. I don't remember those days, but
right.
A lot of people are just now getting up, getting ready for work and stuff like that, and some of us are going to bed. But yeah, Avery, thank you. That's an update, guys. The body that was found in Cumberland River is a 48-year-old male, so it's definitely not what some people were thinking. Thank you, Avery. That river is just treacherous. So, yeah, I'm thinking that might be a good idea, guys, if we bring this down for tonight because it's really late. And maybe pick it up tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow I will be here in the afternoon, early on, like a normal time. So I think I got everything handled that I had to handle today and yesterday, and we're good now. So I have some time. So unless anybody really, really, really is against me doing that, I think it might be a good idea to shut her down for the night, pick it up tomorrow, and we can just flow this through and then go on to what else we're going to talk about tomorrow. If that sounds okay.
Cool.
I would agree. I'm burnt out too. Truth probably fell asleep. Wow, yeah, I forgot you're a night owl, and everybody else. So thank you. I mean, we've held strong, guys, in the mid hundreds with everybody in here. So thank you for that very much.
Thank you, everybody, for coming in and listening with us, and just supporting what's going to get justice for Maddie.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Thank you guys for listening. I'm on what is coming as far as Sebastian and I am concerned. What we're going to be doing. Again, if you're looking for the drama side of things, don't come in here because I'm not going to have it. I'm going back to the beginning on it and looking at everything I can from the very beginning up to where we're at now. That's what we're going to be doing with that, and much more stuff I'm going to be covering as well. And we're going to finish this off as well, and any other updates that come through with Madeline, as always. So, Truth, Salty, everybody that's been up here, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate it very much.
Appreciate
it. And everybody in chat, God bless each and every one of you guys for coming in and supporting this for real. Like, I really do appreciate it, guys, more than you know. And I appreciate the support you guys are giving these cases that we're covering, 1,001%. And so, guys, make sure you look for me to tune in tomorrow at any time, and we can finish off here. Talk about it. I'd like to talk about it because, like I said, there are things to see when you watch these body cams. I wholeheartedly agree. And moderators, you guys are amazing. Thank you so very much for everything you do. As always, I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't do this without you. And Salty, have a great night, dear. I appreciate you very much as well.
Good night, everyone.
I will talk to you soon. Everybody else that's in here, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change anything about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful peeps and the reason why I could do this every single day. I appreciate any one of you guys, every one of you guys, I'm sorry, that has donated to support the channel as well. That helps to pay the bills and keeps me coming out here every single solitary day. So God bless you for that. It is never, ever expected, but always always appreciated. So thank you for that as well. Other than that, folks, I hope you all have a wonderful and amazing rest of your night. Get a good night's rest. And I will see you guys very soon. So everyone, good night. God bless, and see you soon. Bye-bye.